Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, received his Bachelor of Technology in Aerospace Engineering in 1991 from the IIT Madras, Chennai, India. He then went on to receive his Master of Science in Aerospace Engineering and Doctor of Philosophy degrees from the Georgia Institute of Technology, Atlanta, Georgia, USA in 1992 and 1995 respectively. He served as a postdoctoral fellow at Georgia Technical during 1996 to 97 and as visiting faculty at the Department of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Madras during 1997-98 before permanently joining the later department in 1998 as assistant professor. He is a professor there since 2009. Professor Chakravarti's interests lie in the field of energy and combustion, covering aspects of solid propellants, combustion dynamics, laser diagnostics, and spray characterization. Professor Satya Chakravarti is coordinating the National Center for Combustion Research and Development, established by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, since 2011, and also the Center of Propulsion Technologies being established with the support of DRDO, Government of India. He has over 75 publications in international journals and 230 papers in international and national conferences. He has won the Young Engineer Award from the Indian National Academy of Engineering in 2003, Young Faculty Recognition Award from IIT Madras in 2009, DRDO Academic Excellence Award in 2009, Dalmia HEMSC ACH REM Award in High Energy Materials in 2010. He is a member of the editorial board of the Progress in Energy and Combustion Science Journal for 2015-18. He has also served as a colloquium co-chair on solid fuels combustion at the 37th International Symposium on Combustion at Dublin, Ireland in July 2018. His publication was 2008 and Journals 101. May I now request Professor S.R. Chakravarti to kindly deliver his visionary talk.
Good morning to all of you. Can we have the slides? Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to deliver this talk. So today I'll be talking about a topic that you're probably not very familiar with, and that's because I coined the name of this topic myself. So I call something called defrastructure, and I will explain to you what that means in the next several slides. If I had to give an alternative topic to this talk, I would then choose democratizing technology using deep tech entrepreneurship. This is actually being done at the National Center for Combustion R&D. Can I see I don't think I'm able to reach the, maybe I can just use that other mic. Is it? If I point that, how is it going to help? No, easier thing would be for me to use that other mic. Simple. It will be much closer. I can see it. That's not a problem. But if I want to point with my pointer, right? That's also LED. Oh, so there's one project on that. Okay. Then I don't need the pointer. Okay. That's fine. Not a problem. Good. Let's start with what we are familiar with. So development has been predicated on massive investments on infrastructure by governments. Many times we are always asked the question, are we spending enough on infrastructure? And infrastructure is always thought of something that's a prerequisite for development of a country. And most modern infrastructure is actually mostly very massive. So we have these high-speed trains that we talk about, the fiber optic networks, refineries, telephone lines, highways, fighter aircraft, water pipelines, power stations, drainage lines, sewage lines, airports, ICBMs, city gas lines, and crude or gas pipelines that are coming from elsewhere. solar farms, oil tankers, space launchers. You think about all of these things, they're all extremely massive. They are all done by organizations that are very, very large, and they take a lot of money, and we think that we need to do all these things in order to look very modern and be very developed. Question basically is, can we achieve all of these things without all this massive infrastructure? So it's not to say, don't do these things, right? Is there an alternative way to do this? That's what we want to ask. Because this actually puts a gun on the head. And what we are essentially doing is forever chasing the Western world or the advanced countries. So if you sign up for the development agenda on the terms by the developed world, you're a loser. You're not going to actually be able to get past what they do, right? So in fact, it reminds me of this, the mythological story that we are more familiar with in the southern part of the country, where Lord Shiva actually has this mango, and then he has to give it to, there's only one mango, and then there are two children, Ganesha and Kartikeya. So he has to actually give it to only one of them, so they actually have a competition. Whoever goes around the world first and comes back will actually get the mango. So and Kartikeya basically gets on the peacock and then goes around the world as soon as possible. And then Ganesha actually has this wisdom asking, what's the difference between the world and my mother and father? The answer was your mother and father or your world, particularly Shiva and Parvati. So he said, let me just go around my mother and father, and that's actually equivalent to going around the world. And so he does that, and he gets the fruit. I believe what we have seen in the last generation is China doing exactly what Kartikeya was doing, which is to try to overtake the Western world by mimicking and overpowering what the Western world was doing, a lot more in scale and size, and with massive investments and so on. Is there a Ganesha way of doing it? That's basically the question that we have to ask, right? So we have to essentially turn the question on its head. We have to challenge the notion that do we need to have massive infrastructure? Can we look at an alternative model of development? Is there a way by which we can come up with new, smaller, smarter technology that may be really high-tech? Because making something that is smaller and smarter is actually not so easy. So I'll show you some of these things. It's actually great to make very large rockets. Try to make a very small rocket, right? That's actually much harder, right? So we'll talk about that as we go along. So this is less capital intensive. It could be distributed. You can actually have a lot of people doing these things. It could be then modular. You can actually grow this at your own pace, at your own convenience, at your own expense, whenever you can afford it. Local decision making, participation in the cleanup. So if you are actually asked to, for example, the government suddenly said, no more power distribution, power generation for you guys, you figure out how you want to actually do your own power, right? Will you choose to actually put a thermal power plant in your backyard, right? Let's say you do this as a community. I don't even know what's a good size for a thermal power plant when you try to shrink it, but let's say, will you actually put it in your backyard? So what will you choose? You will probably put solar panels on your rooftop, right? So if you are allowed to actually take your decisions, you will probably take a better decision that will be cleaner, and it will be more sustainable. And being more sustainable is actually what is going back to our roots. We have actually been living sustainably for a very long time. So look at the banana leaf instead of the paper plate as an example, right? We never really waste anything. Everything is biodegradable and so on. So is this a old wine when we are now talking about small is beautiful? Because if you now look at E.F. Schumacher's very, very famous book of I think the 1970s, distributed small work centers were articulated as a model for the developing countries in the last century. So they were basically saying, he was saying, try to make them distributed small work centers that are more labor intensive rather than capital intensive, and then so on. So at the time, advanced countries were getting entrenched in large technological systems. So those small work centers were basically technologically inferior, and we can't accept that now. And as a matter of fact, there is nothing like an inferior rocket. A rocket has to actually beat gravity. right? G is equal to 9.81 meter per second squared for a small rocket or a large rocket. So there is nothing inferior about a small rocket or a large rocket, right? So technology has to be technology. So we need that technological superiority as well. So what do? There's another book that I would like to actually bring to your attention called The Innovator's Dilemma by Clayton Christensen. That's a little bit more recent. It was written in the 1990s. And Clayton Christensen, to the extent I know, is credited with the word disruptive innovation or technology disruption. So the word disruption gives a negative connotation, something is wrong, right? But fundamentally what it does is it's to change the way we do things. So this book, in my opinion, in fact, you can look at the byline, when new technologies cause great firms to fail. So if you think about it, nations actually last for a few hundred years, right? You take like the Vijayanagar Empire or the Mughal Empire or independent India as we know it today, right? We expect these things to actually last for a few hundred years, right? Well past our our lifetimes. Great companies probably last for about a century, right? We don't know whether actually they will last much more than that. Very few companies actually last for more than a century, maybe a century and a half or whatever it is. So GE or let's say Boeing or any of those companies actually been there for about more than a century. Fairly big companies I'm talking about, not the hereditary business companies. So question is, how do these companies actually tumble and new companies rise? What is the sutra behind the origin and downfall of these very large companies? That's a question that is answered in this book. So what he does is to basically say that it is very important for you to actually develop a fairly inferior technology, right? You start with an inferior technology and you push it into a new market that does not exist for that technology yet. Because there is an existing technology that will actually go to a particular market, and the current incumbent big companies are actually catering to that market, and they will push their products into that market. It's all a very nice established customer-company relationship. You try to disrupt it, you come up with something inferior. Don't try to actually compete with the big company right away. If I want to actually make a plane, right, I won't make a Boeing 737 MAX today. Right? It doesn't make sense for you to think, if I were to actually make this, you would have probably known that the introduction would have been very different, right? So what would I do? I will actually make a small plane, and that's an electric plane. That won't go very far. It's very inferior. But from there are about two lines you can see. The top line is actually the two continuous black lines. There is a technology evolution that keeps happening. And usually the technology evolution is faster than the customer demand. Customers actually have some demand, but they don't really foresee how technology is going to evolve, so their requirements are actually a little bit slower than the way technology grows. And therefore, if I were to disrupt the technology and come up with something that's inferior and go to a different market and grow from there, at some point I can actually get to the same level as the existing technology and therefore target my existing customers and continue to grow and edge out the incumbent. Because I am actually disrupting, that means my cost structures are better, I'm having a cheaper but better product. That is what we are talking about. So the continuous development is actually called sustaining technology progress, and the disruption is actually called the disruptive technology. Right. So what now? What are we talking about? So we question the assumption that massive infrastructure is needed. We disrupt with new, smarter, small-scale, deep, high-tech that obviates the need for massive infrastructure. In fact, it would even necessitate the dismantling of existing infrastructure. I've had a conversation with the chairman of the Tamil Nadu Electricity Board, and we were asking the question, why can't you actually promote microgrids? Get local communities to generate their own power. Why do you have to actually generate power yourself? To the Tamil Nadu Electricity Board. He said, that's my mandate. If you want to actually change the way I'm working, you talk to the minister, not me. Right? This is the current policy. Why? Because they have actually put in massive amounts of money in very large transmission lines for hundreds of kilometers, and they're generating hundreds of megawatts of power, thousands of megawatts of power, all of that's under control, and they have put the money. They want to get back that money, right? So they will not actually let you generate your own power. This is our own government, elected by us, right? So much for democracy for you, right? So the question is, the real democracy is in technology, not in your votes and the vote banks, right? So is there a way by which we can democratize technology, get us to decide what technology we want to use? So we want to call this defrastructure, because it's not possible to have massive infrastructure all the time, and we should not let it go. That's what the point is. There are a couple of examples of this already that this happened. It's not as if like we don't know about this. Mobile phones overtaking landlines, right? So many of us in this hall have been in the era of landline, and in fact waiting for a landline connection for like about 8 years or 10 years, and so on. And pretty soon in the beginning of this century, we had the mobile phones overtake landline. What happened basically? So we essentially said, let the customer take part of the problem. Let him or her who own the handset choose what handset they want to have. I will only provide the service. Previously, the telephone line had to actually come all the way to your home. The copper cable has to actually come to your home, and they will actually give you one black, some contraption. That the picture of that is there. Why? Why should they do that? I should actually decide what phone I want. That's what we are doing now. Electric vehicles. Electric vehicles actually have 100x fewer moving parts, and Tesla has been offering infinite mile warranty. All of a sudden, you will now find that electric vehicles, just because the battery is more expensive today, electric vehicles are more expensive, but battery prices are falling all the time. So very soon, we will actually have this situation that electric vehicles will be at about the same price point as the IC engine vehicles, and you will find that actually the prices keep falling down, and electric vehicles will become more commonplace. A better example would be rooftop solar. I don't have that slide here. I used to actually have another slide. Rooftop solar, as I was just mentioning, right? So if you put rooftop solar, you generate your own power. Day before yesterday, I was actually in Trivandrum at a expo where somebody was actually saying, I will figure out for you how to manage your own rooftop solar. You don't need grid power at all, right? That's a infrastructure. Uberization. So you hail your Uber or Ola, and you can actually completely remove huge parking lots or parking decks. That's an infrastructure that's actually not needed at all. Because most of the time, we are actually parking our cars. Why should you park your cars? You should not park your cars, right? Let the car run. And a car is actually designed to run, not to be parked, right? That's actually stupid engineering utilization, right? So Uber and Ola actually does that, right? How is that possible? Because of information technology. It's essentially connecting the information that a user wants a ride to a driver who is able to offer that ride. That's the only thing that they're doing, right? And then the two are together, and then you now get this happen. So this is because of the advances in information, communication, and electrical technologies. And these are fairly amazing. This is what's happened in the last 2 decades. What about mechanical engineering hardware? What about engines? What about trains? What about planes? What about rockets? Lots of other immediate needs, energy, and all that stuff, right? That's a lot difficult. This is what we do at the National Center for Combustion R&D. It's a hub of very deep tech startup companies at IIT Madras, and of course in India. And as a matter of fact, we should actually call it out. I don't see anybody else doing this anywhere in the world, right? So we will get a point when we can actually tell the rest of the world that we are actually doing this, the only place to do it in the world. This slide is a little bit old. We are actually listed about 5 of them here. The E-Plane Company, Agnikul, Cosmos, Aerostovilos making microgas turbines. So let's just read that. The E-Plane Company makes drones, hybrid drones, and electric planes. Agnikul Cosmos makes mini rocket launch vehicles. Aerostovilos makes microgas turbines, and X2 Fuels makes crude oil from waste. And we have Avishkar Hyperloop that is actually developing Hyperloop technology. One of the operative words that you will see is a mini rocket, a micro gas turbine. So that is what I was saying. So don't try to make like very big rockets. Don't try to make very big planes. Don't try to make very big gas turbines. Try to make them very small, and actually much harder to do so. And we will find out what we're doing. Let's start with the engine, right? The micro gas turbines. So we make micro gas turbines that are of about 100 kilowatt level, right? And we can make things that are about 15 kilowatts or 500 kilowatts. We have the design capability, but we are actually targeting a 100 kilowatt engine. Incredibly fuel flexible, incredibly clean combustion, cost comparable to diesel gensets, reduced maintenance, extremely compact. It actually occupies about 1/8 the footprint of a equivalent diesel genset. You can see those emission numbers over there. The emission numbers that are actually expected is still far higher by about 1 or 2 orders of magnitude, or even 3 orders of magnitude, right, than the emissions that we are actually obtaining. And that's because of the research that we have done at the Combustion Center that's gone into it. It's been patented, we have got US patents, and that's been shared with the startup and so on. Just keep it there as it is, right? So what is this combustion technique? We actually call it the swirl mesh lean direct injection burner or the combustor, which has a high turn-down ratio, flat part load efficiency, no instabilities. This was actually the reason why we started working on it, how to combat instabilities, but combustion instabilities, but we essentially got rid of combustion instabilities. Geometric novelty enabled by metal 3D printing. So the moment you have metal 3D printing, you can now make new things. So what is different today when compared to what was happening until yesterday? Why were we not able to actually beat the Western world at this, and why are we suddenly talking about taking on the Western world in a completely different way? The answer is things like metal 3D printing, right? So there are many of these kinds of technologies that are offering a level playing field for us to tackle complex geometries that we can actually put together with high precision. So precision machining, precision assembly was actually a huge forte of the Western world. And we can actually completely beat that by saying, let's actually do 3D printing. So if we can actually have smart hybrid microgrids and combine heat and power with this kind of distributed power generation, we can connect it with solar, we can connect it with wind, you can get this engine to kick in whenever you want. It can actually take local biogas that's obtained. You don't even need to actually do compressed biogas. You can actually do raw gas, right, with all the carbon dioxide and lots of the impurities. And we can actually still sustain a flame. So the kind of cost of generating power here will actually be very, very low, which means that I don't need massive, large power stations and very long-distance transmission lines. You just produce power where you want and get going with it. The fuel-flexible hybrid may actually be cheaper than a full EV, and we have been working with Ashok Leyland, for example, to validate these numbers as well as to demonstrate it with their electric bus, for example. Let's turn to X2 fuels and energy. Right, we are essentially looking at 2 problems and trying to tackle both of them simultaneously. 133 million tons of garbage annually is being produced. 85% of the waste actually ends up in landfills, and the waste industry is about $13.62 billion by 2025. On the other hand, there is $125 billion worth of crude oil import in 2018, and these numbers are not changing much at all. And high greenhouse gas emissions, 9 out of the top 10 most polluted cities are actually in India. So what do? So we have a process called hydrothermal liquefaction. And this mimics what Mother Nature does for over millions of years, over a period of about an hour or 2. It could be half an hour, it could be 2 hours, depending upon the load that you have, the throughput that you're looking at, and so on. But it's a matter of a couple of hours, let's say. What do? We actually take unsegregated municipal solid waste. And how do I know? We have actually segregated and remixed them in different proportions and found that the most unsegregated municipal solid waste is actually the best for getting the crude that's equivalent to the petro crude, right? And so but a lot of people actually say we have to segregate waste at source. You go to Germany, you will find like 5 different cans for you to get glass differently and metal differently and plastic differently and all that stuff. Well, maybe they don't know engineering. They don't know how to make, processing that. So Indians are actually fundamentally lazy people, right? So you have seen this 3 Idiots movie, right? So engineering is all about actually pandering to people's laziness. If you are lazy to segregate waste, I should actually be smart enough to come up with a way by which I can utilize the segregation, not make you segregate waste, right? You can use your, you can go do meditation and like become a yogi and all that stuff, but it's okay to be lazy, right? The engineers are supposed to actually toil to come up with ways by which you can continue to be lazy. This is what we are supposed to do. So unsegregated waste is actually the challenge that we take on. And fuel agnostic engines is what the kind of thing that we do. Right? We come up with combustors that can take any fuel, liquid or gas, doesn't matter, and so on. That is the kind of attitude that we have about these things. So what does it do? Take the unsegregated waste. It produces crude, biochar, and gas, exactly like what Mother Earth does. Now, so we can actually do a process commercialization and so on. We can take this crude and then go through the reactors, I mean the refineries, and then get these different fractions and all of that stuff. But we don't want to do that. We basically say, is it possible for me to actually take the crude, remove the sludge, and get a clear oil called kerosene, which has all the components of kerosene, diesel, petrol, and all that, and then push it into the aerostovolose engine because it can take any fuel, which is circular economy. I generate waste anyway. I take that, produce crude, take that crude, put it in the engine, it just burns. That's it. I don't need, all of a sudden, I don't need anything. Right? I don't need like vast tankers of petrol, or petroleum that's coming from somewhere, or petroleum pipelines and all that stuff. Everything is gone. So this is the kind of future that we are envisioning. Let's switch gears more to aerospace. So we have this E-plane company that is actually making drones and bigger drones and finally planes that can actually take us. So, of course, today I had a very nice ride. All the signals were actually green, not much of a traffic jam Sunday early morning. I could come from IIT to here within about 10 minutes, right? But not every time. It takes sometimes 40 minutes to get this kind of a distance covered. So, and this, Chennai is actually a very bad example because we are living in a beautiful city. We don't have traffic jams at all. So yesterday I was actually joking, if Google Maps actually shows red, it means that there is traffic slowdown in Chennai. Whereas in Bangalore, it will show red only if the traffic has completely stopped. And that's actually what the norm over there. We want to essentially make air taxis that will take people from one place to the other within the city. And these are electric air taxis, which means that for about 2 to 3 times the cost of an Uber or an Ola, we want to essentially decrease your travel time for the same destination by about a factor of 5 to 10. This is basically our goal. On the way to that, we actually have made a small drone that can fly about 100 kilometers in a single charge, taking about 2 to 6 kgs of payload. And currently we are working on a E50 that can take 50 kgs of payload and go a similar distance. So this is the work that we're doing at the E-plane company. Let's actually talk a little bit about the drones before we move on. There are drones, and then there are what we call as a hybrid aerial vehicles. And the hybrid aerial vehicles are essentially a hybrid between a vertical taking off like a drone and a forward flying like a plane with wings. So we actually marry the wings and the drones together. Now, precision agriculture with drones. If you now look at the Western countries with very large tracts of land, hundreds or thousands of acres together, they actually use helicopters or planes and dump a lot of pesticide. And we know what's the problem with all of that. So is there a way by which we can actually precisely dump the pesticide with a drone that is just much closer to the crop? And better still, if I actually use a hybrid electric drone, I don't have to actually guzzle battery within about 1 or 2 acres. I have to actually swap my battery only after about 100 kilometers worth of total distance that I have to travel. That means that my battery cost actually comes down as well. You can also use this for organ transport. So yesterday we were actually talking about, because you can go very long distances, is it possible for us to actually go from city to city taking organs, right? Let's say from Chennai to Vellore, Chennai to Kanchipuram, Chennai, those kinds of distances. What we used to do, we used to actually have the police offer a green corridor by stopping all the vehicles and let this ambulance pass and all that stuff. The police is not ready to do this all the time, right? It's a very rare occurrence. How is it possible and it actually, apparently if you want to do this, it actually costs something like about 6 to 9 lakhs. It's useful only for the most affordable, the people who can afford it. How can we disrupt that, right? Go by air, why don't you? So you don't need that green corridor infrastructure anymore if you actually do it this way. If you can save people with organ transplants, is it okay to actually kill people in defense? The answer is, of course, yes. Right? So instead of actually having a fighter aircraft and an Abhinandan get into doing a surgical strike across the border and then get stuck over there and then go through a prisoner of war drama and all that stuff, or have like a very large ICBM and all those things, Just take about 100 of these, each of them costing only a few lakhs of rupees, and then put a 2 kg warhead in each of those, and have a small missile. So we actually can make all these missiles, and then the 2 kg warheads can be attached to them. And these days we have swarm drones. You essentially get these drones. So these drones can actually go far distance, like about 100 kilometers. So you are well within the border. You now go 100 kilometers, cross the border, have about a 50 or 100 of these swarming together, and then release these missiles just at one time. A 2 kg payload warhead of each of these things, about 100 of them, all focused in one particular target at Balakot, can actually produce the same lethality. The adversary will be wondering, where can I stop these guys? So if you distribute yourself, right, there is no way an adversary can actually stop you. This is the basic idea. The question that you have to ask is, how do you stop them if they actually do the same thing, right? That's the counter warfare that we have to worry about, and there are answers to that I don't want to talk about, right? So electric planes, let's just talk about electric planes. What I would like to point out is that in the next decade or two, you will find that electric planes actually become very commonplace for even the travel that you're currently used to. But what do? We don't actually go do that right now. We don't actually do a Boeing 737 as an electric plane, because the kind of distances we can get with the current batteries is only about 200 kilometers, whereas that can actually go much larger distances. So that is the inferior technology that I was talking about. It's very important for you to actually develop inferior technology and enter into a new market. That's what Clayton Christensen says. So what do? I don't actually look at the airport-to-airport market at all. I actually look at home to office, right? Or home to shopping mall, right? Or home to a theater. These are the kind of targets that I want. So urban aerial mobility is what we would like to do, and therefore we need to have a vertical takeoff planes, and these are again hybrid aerial vehicles. They will actually take off like a drone but fly like a plane, right? So the new aviation that we will spawn. If you want to actually continue to use horizontal landing, conventional landing planes, there are still ways of doing this, right? So there are circular runways that you can actually develop in parks or playgrounds or any of those places, or you can actually even use metro station rooftops. So I've been talking to the Chennai Metro for allowing me to actually land planes over there, right? So is there a new way of doing these things? So think about it. Just go from one metro station to another metro station flying, right? You can get on the metro from where you are to where you go, and then from there you want to fly to somewhere else. These are the ideas that we have. This is nothing new, right? They're actually happening in the last 10 years. There are many eVTOLs that are actually getting developed. And we are also doing them at IIT Madras at the E-plane company that I was talking about. Now, hold your breath over here, right? This is extremely futuristic. So what I believe is we need to essentially get into what's called as an inverse swarm at some point. What we do is we say each of us can actually hail an electric plane and get the electric plane to come to your rooftop or your street corner or wherever it is closer. Instead of wanting to actually go to some other part of the city that I talked about, let's say you actually want to go to a particular place in Bangalore. What do? So you still have airlines. These airlines will not fly their current planes anymore. Nobody will actually go to an airport anymore. And the airlines will actually fly a particular aircraft that will generate power and then allow for something called mid-air recharging. So wireless power transmission is actually becoming a reality. So is it possible for us to actually get wireless power transmission happen to these planes? So a bunch of different planes that are taking off from different parts of Chennai all congregate together near somewhere like Porur, and then the mother aircraft actually comes over there from what used to be Meenambakam Airport that nobody goes to, and keeps going there and then does a recharging of the batteries, and then you go there. Somewhere near Bangalore, this mother aircraft actually goes to an airport that nobody goes to, and we all actually split apart and then go to my Indiranagar or Koramangala or any of those places. This is what we want to actually think about doing in the next 10 years, right? So which essentially means that we don't have to worry about like potholes on roads, whether highways are actually clean. Am I having 6-lane highway or 8-lane highway? Who cares? Just fly. Don't even bother to go by road anymore, right? And you don't need airports anymore and so on. This is the kind of infrastructure that we are talking about. If I have to do infrastructure, it has to be something that's really worth it. not copying what the Western world does, but leapfrog. Can I actually talk about going at around 600 to 1200 kilometers per hour on ground? And that's what Hyperloop will actually allow us to do. So the other equivalent, and this is actually a lot more doable in the next 10 years when compared to the mid-air recharging talk that I was talking about. That could probably happen another, and that will still be slower. This is going to be faster, right? So this can actually promise you a 15-minute journey from a Hyperloop station in the middle of Chennai to middle of Bangalore. Not like some airport that is far away from Bangalore, or what's going to come up in Chennai in about next 5 years, far away from Chennai. We're not talking about that. So what then we do? We actually take off from our home and go in about 10 minutes to the Hyperloop station in the middle of the city. As you get down the escalator from the rooftop of the Hyperloop station, there are 2 pods on either side of the platform that are waiting for you, each of them leaving in 5 minutes from every platform. That means that there is a pod that is leaving every 2.5 minutes with about 40 people. You have a seat reserved there for you because that's what the mobile app actually did for you. And you get on that and go into Bangalore in 15 minutes, and from there you get up the escalator, there is a air taxi waiting for you to take you to Koramangala. Right? That's the other vision that we would like to offer, right? And we are actually developing this. We have actually proven magnetic levitation. We have proven contactless propulsion. We have proven contactless eddy current braking. And we are actually putting up a 0.5 kilometer long Hyperloop tube in our new campus in the next 6 months. The Railways has actually given us about 8.5 crores for this purpose. So we will be demonstrating the first full stack Hyperloop technology in India very soon. And that's what my team of students is actually trying to do. These are all college kids. Just start to think about it. That's another defrastructure. You don't need big universities anymore. Okay? All college kids can do engineering, and they can, and all the older people should just mentor them. Just have to make sure that they don't make any mistakes, but let them actually pursue their ideas. Right? So this is the basic idea that we're talking about. We'll make high-speed trains. In fact, the cost of high-speed train today is $27 million per kilometer. We think we can actually do this in about $5 million per kilometer, 1/5 the cost, because of a very important reason, that Hyperloop actually is extremely pardoning. It is levitating. It's a stable levitation. It's okay to have undulations on the rail, and it'll just adjust itself. It's actually in a vacuum tube. The vacuum is not, it's only a partial vacuum, and there is nothing that is in contact. So the tube need not be necessarily exactly circular. Nothing is perfect about Hyperloop. And imperfect technologies is what Indians are very good at, right? Always look for something that is actually imperfect and then go catch on it. Or if you need extreme perfection, go to things like 3D printing to avoid that perfection that is required, right? So that is the Ganesha idea, basically. Don't try to be perfect. The Indians are never perfect. And we have to actually figure out how not to be perfect and get away with it. This is the idea here, right? Let's talk about Agnikul Cosmos. The most integrated 3D printed rockets is what we are trying to do in the world. And look at the graph over there. So the cost curve, the price point for getting to smaller and smaller satellites actually keeps increasing. Because no matter whether you take a small satellite, you still have to launch a large launch vehicle, and there is a certain cost associated with it. On a per kg basis, you actually end up paying a much larger price for a smaller satellite. We try to disrupt that. We basically say, can I actually have a low flat cost curve over a very large range of payloads? And that's what we are trying to do with 3D printed rockets. So we have a two-stage, it's a three-stage rocket with 2 kinds of engines that we make, and we stack them up, we cluster them, we try to configure the rocket or customize the rocket to the payload in order to actually keep this flat cost curve with 3D printed engines. Here is a picture of a lot of 3D printed engines that we have made. We have our own 3D printers. We have a rocket factory where we can actually develop these 3D printed engines. And we have our own test facilities at IIT Madras where we actually test them with all the safety distances cleared by ISRO. And finally, when you actually get to launch, we don't need massive launch pads. We actually have a launch from a truck, and we have recently actually inaugurated a 800 square feet large. It's actually like the size of a 2-bedroom apartment. That's what we need for launching just by the sea. The chairman ISRO actually inaugurated this about 3 weeks ago. So these are ideations that we're going to talk about in the next few slides. How am I going to actually get rid of sewage lines, drainage lines, and so on? right? Can I actually make standalone toilets that are self-containing? So it's possible for us to actually use our human urine and produce hydrogen, for example. We can split the water in the urine by actually having something called nano-aluminum or scrap aluminum, and that's something that we have actually demonstrated in our lab. So taking the hydrogen, burning it, producing electricity, and also getting water out of it, right? We can get clean water from our own urine for cleaning and also the power that's required for it. So if we have standalone toilets, and these things actually will be much more useful in places like Africa rather than in India, because unfortunately for us, India is already very advanced. You think about it, right? If you're actually a bit more advanced, you lose out on new technology, right? So you slow down, just think about it, do the Ganesha way. That's the point I'm trying to make here, right? Is there a way to actually stop air conditioning this room and then wear our jackets that we are wearing? Think about what we are doing, right? We want to actually look good. We want to look like westernized, so we have these jackets and all that stuff in a air-conditioned room when it's actually very hot outside. Isn't that kind of stupid, right? Is there a way by which I can actually have an air conditioning jacket, right, so that I don't have to air condition a large room, right? So we have phase change material packs that can allow for cooling to happen within your jacket, right? So that's something that we are actually ideating. So these are ways by which we can actually get rid of it, because this is actually one of those things that's going to become a huge problem in India. As India becomes more and more prosperous, right, every worker would want to actually live in a very comfortable surroundings of work, and you want to be air conditioning, just like the Western world actually went through a huge heating situation and then actually screwed up the planet, right, with impunity, and now we are talking about sustainability and all, and now because there is a war, they are not able to afford their heating bills. You think about all this stuff, it's all so stupid, right? So if you want to advance, you have to actually think about what is the banana leaf equivalent of air conditioning, right, as opposed to a centralized air conditioning that is the paper plate equivalent, right? We need to start thinking about that. So you must be very familiar with this. You know, John Kennedy basically said very famously, ask not what your country can do for you, what you can do for your country. So we will actually do the same thing. Don't ask what your government can do for you, do it yourself. Right? At NCCRE, we have a studied irreverence towards conventional wisdom. And let's develop high tech that can democratize access to high standard of living through what we call as defrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Chakravarti, for such an informative and interesting talk and guiding us through the future of the aerospace. May I now request our immediate past President, Engineer Narendra Singh, to felicitate our speaker by presenting a shawl and a plaque. A round of applause, please. I now request Secretary and Director General, Major General MGS Sialiji, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Mr. Narendra Singh, immediate past President IAI, Professor S.R. Chakravarti, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Madras, past President, Honorable past Presidents, distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks to our distinguished speaker, Professor S.R. Chakravarti, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Madras, who has honored us by sparing his valuable time to deliver an enlightening visionary talk on the topic defrastructure, which is democratizing deep technology entrepreneurship. Professor Chakravarti has, introduced us to a very new realm of technology, and we really feel very proud that IIT Madras and NCCRD, they are doing a wonderful job in towards building these niche technologies for our country. Thank you so very much, sir. I propose a hearty vote of thanks to our distinguished speaker and request you all in joining me by giving him a big hand. Thank you very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would request you to kindly be seated. Then I need where is Narendra Singh ji? Just a second. Narendra Singh ji কোথায় যাবে? বাইরে চলে যাচ্ছেন। We need Narendra Singh ji. ডাকো। কোথায় গেল?
এখন তো লেকচার হচ্ছে না।
Our next session is 8th Doctor. Just a second. Our next session is 12th Professor C.S. Jha Memorial Lecture. We would request all of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode. Just to show an honor to the speaker, kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode. We are just starting the session shortly.
Sir, we'll just check if tea is ready, sir. We just check if tea. Ramdas sir, is tea ready? They wanted if there's a delay, we can go first.
Energy. We started from converting high volumes of unsegregated waste to energy, and then moved to storage units, batteries, and eventually self-propelling fuel cells, fueled by magnesium, sodium, and hydrogen. With waste management products in Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, and in India, we also work with fuel cells for mobility, both on the ground and in the air, and now in space applications. We have filed 7 patents in this product group. Water, the elixir of life. Water for human consumption is extremely critical, and while humanity has worked on sourcing water from land and rainfall, Entity One works in smart and efficient desalination projects that provide 92% more throughput and 74% output from modern and patented RO techniques that can process up to 300 million liters of water per day. While standard desalination plants struggle with ocean brine, we harvest it for minerals or energy, which can be stored in our batteries and used by industry. Projects in the Middle East, west coast of the Americas,
Yes. Yes. We are going to start our next session, that is the 12th Professor C.S. Jha Memorial Lecture, and we are honored to have Mr. Sasi Kumar Gendam, Managing Director, Salcom India, as the speaker for this memorial lecture. May I request Mr. Sasi Kumar Gendam to kindly come up on the stage. I would request our immediate past president, Engineer Narendra Singh ji, to kindly welcome him by presenting a flower bouquet. I now request our immediate past president to give the welcome address.
यही यहाँ पे पढ़ लीजिए।
Mr. Sasi Kumar Jandham, Managing Director, Salcom India, past president, my council colleagues, corporate members, distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all in the 12th Professor C.S. Jha Memorial Lecture instituted in the memory of Professor Chandra Shekhar Jha, who was a renowned professional of international structure in the field of the electrical engineering and council member of Institution of Engineers for a long period. Today we have with us Sri Shashi Kumar Jandhan, Managing Director, Cellcom, India, to deliver 12th Professor C.S. Jha Memorial Lecture during the auspicious occasion of 37th Engineering Congress. I now request Major General M.J.S. Sialiji, Secretary and Director General of the institution, to formally present background of the memorial lecture and also introduce our distinguished speaker. Thank you.
I now recount the background of the lecture. Professor C.S. Jha Memorial Lecture was instituted by the Indian Institution of Engineers in memory of Professor C.S. Jha. Born on July 1, 1934, Professor Jha obtained his BSc Honours in Physics from Patna University and thereafter obtained his doctorate from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in Electrical Technology and subsequently PhD in Electrical Engineering from Bristol University, UK. Late Professor Jha has been a dedicated teacher and researcher and has introduced several innovations in his classroom and laboratory instructions. He has worked consistently to help his students develop creativity and problem-solving skills, acquire communication ability, and an awareness of quality, safety, and reliability standards in their discipline, and retained an attitude for lifelong learning. During his long academic career, Professor Jha occupied various prestigious positions in different government organizations like Director IIT Kharagpur, Education Advisor Technical to the Government of India, Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University. He was also appointed as Chairman of the Recruitment and Assessment Center of DRDO, Government of India. Professor Jha has been actively involved in the policy formulations of the Institution of Engineers India. Since his election as a fellow in the mid-70s, he had been a member of the Council and of Committee for Advancement on Technology and Engineering of the institution, creating outstanding contribution in various research and developmental works in the field of electrical technology. The institutions at its 663rd Council meeting held at Hyderabad finalized to institute a memorial lecture in the name of late Professor C.S. Jha to be delivered during Indian Engineering Congress. I will now introduce our distinguished speaker who will be delivering this prestigious memorial lecture, Mr. Shashi Kumar Gandham, Managing Director of Cellcom India. Mr. is the Managing Director of Cellcom India, world's largest manufacturer of power supplies for smartphones and other electronic devices, with top OEMs as its major customers. Cellcom also serves the solar industry with microinverters and related residential solar equipment being exported 100%. Cellcom has its manufacturing operations in India, China, Brazil, and its offices in Finland, Taiwan, US, and Korea. Mr. Shashi Kumar is associated with the company since its inception in India and has been instrumental for Cellcom's massive expansion in India in support of Make in India initiatives announced by the Government of India. He is also active member of various state and national level forums to enhance electronics manufacturing in India. He is the Vice President at Alcina, the oldest and largest industry association of electronics industry in India, established in 1967. Prior to Cellcom, he was associated with Tyco Electronics Corporation and Haikal Technologies, Bangalore. He holds MTech in Manufacturing Management from BITS Pilani, an executive master's degree in Business Administration from Aalto University, Finland, and is currently a research scholar at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, in the area of management studies. He is also an alumni of IMD Switzerland. Mr. Shashi Kumar Gandham is a member of the Institution of Engineers India. May I now request our distinguished speaker to kindly deliver the memorial lecture.
Uh, Very good morning to each and every one of you here, and my sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and guests, students, friends, everyone here. It's indeed a rare privilege and a pleasure for me to be here delivering the 12th memorial address of Professor C.S. Jha. The topic that I would like to deliver here today is really the sunrise sector, which is electronics, and the sector that I represent. And I would also say that the youngest sector in this country today. The theme I would like to take here is Make in India. Therefore, we just not make for our nation, but also make for the whole world. We have one of the biggest, brightest, and the fastest opportunity I think India has ever seen in terms of manufacturing footprint. Especially this part of the nation, Chennai region has been one of the most recipients of investments coming into this sector, apart from states such as Uttar Pradesh, where we have Noida, a large manufacturing footprint, and also Bangalore with all the PSUs and all the defense sector. But then the location, Chennai here, has been receiving a lot of investments when it comes to electronics manufacturing. And we believe that this sector is the one that's really going to flourish, and I'll show you more data in the coming slides. So first and foremost, as a nation, we all have a target, I would say, or an aspiration to be a $5 trillion economy by 2025. So where are we today? We are about 3.4, but then in a long way to go to achieve a $5 trillion economy. But then this is the clarion call by our Prime Minister of India to make sure that, we reach this ambitious target of being a $5 trillion economy by 2025. It is indeed a debate whether it's going to happen in 25 or it's going to happen in 26 or 27. But one thing we can all be really sure it is definitely going to happen. There's no doubt in it. So with that being said, of the 5 trillion, about 1 trillion is supposed to be coming only from merchandise exports, and then if you see here, around 300 billion of this supposed to be coming only from electronics manufacturing, which is a very, very big target. And, I would say $300 billion of the 5 trillion in one sector. I think, therefore, I really call it the sunrise sector, the most youngest sector, where we see a lot of opportunities for innovation, design development, automation. We can name, many things that's going to come up in this sector. At the same time, the foreign direct investments coming into the country, almost 82 billion last year, and this year it's already 85 plus. With this being said, and this is one of the fastest investment sector that's also being received in the country. Overall, when India is receiving the highest amount of investments compared to any part of the globe. We all know what happened during the pandemic and the need for electronics, especially all the ventilators and all of them. People really churned out absolutely quick with all the jugaad and Ganesha way that Professor also mentioned earlier. Not really perfect, but then can we solve a problem in the short term? I mean, we did great, especially when it came to that. But however, if you see the sectoral push, if this has to grow, the $300 billion have to grow, what are the major sectors, that can really contribute to this growth of India, and where all of us, not just, investors, but also the engineering professionals, academics, all can play a role to make this happen. And these clear sectors here are listed, which I said, of which top is the mobile manufacturing and the electronic components ecosystem. So that is going to spur a lot of growth in the coming years. And apart from that, also the automation, so that's the next one, with coming with white goods, medical devices, automobile and auto components, name it. I think there's a lot of things that's coming up. But then the government is also making a very, very impactful and a meaningful policies, when it's coming to the sectors. Especially recently we had a scheme called the PLI, Production Linked Incentives. So that is the one that's really pulling in a lot of investments into this country. And then that's mainly for the exports. But then there is also another incentive scheme that the government has announced called SPECS. That is mainly for the capital investment of components. But then 5 years ago, in 2016-17, people were really asking a question as to who makes in India. There was only one company that was actually making electronic products. But today the question has been reversed in 5 years. The question is, who does not make in India? I think everybody makes today. So thanks to the government policies and all the right interventions at the right time, that has made this possible. Therefore, India today is the third largest economy. Is aiming to be the third largest economy, where today we are the fifth. We just surpassed UK to be the fifth, but I think we just have to surpass Germany and Japan to be number 3. And each and every one of us, it's not just the government, which I'll also talk about later. It's not about the government alone, but each and every one of us as engineering professionals, how can we contribute to this massive growth that's coming to our nation and right now in our hands. In the pandemic, we have all had a lot of challenges, receiving materials, localizing components, and all of that. But I think where there exists a challenge, I think there exists an opportunity too. If I can tell you the amount of expansion that have happened in the last 2 years, probably that has never happened in the last 10 years. That's the kind of growth India has been seeing. I'm just taking my own company as one example. I used to have only like 2,300 employees exactly working with us like 5-6 years ago. But today, one organization, we employ 12,000 people all in Chennai in one campus. And that's all possible. And that has all been possible, I would say, with the vision from the government, all the policies, industry experts, our customers, and the ecosystem, development of the ecosystem has been the biggest, opportunity that we have all had, and we have taken that really well. When the whole city was sleeping, I think we were really busy inside the factory building our future. That's exactly what we did in 2020 and 2021. So from a mere 300 crores company, we just moved over to be a 3,000 plus crores company in the last 4 years. So it has all been possible. We are one such example. I'm sure there are many more examples. So therefore, I have no doubt that with all of these actions that we are on a path, on the right track to become the third largest economy of the world. So having said that, so India is already a country, which is predominantly focusing not just on domestic consumption, but also on exports. So India is seen as a software nation. When we used to, when we go overseas, always people think India as a nation of software engineers. But that's not really true. We do also have a lot of products, and if you see kind of exports that we do here, all top 8, most of them are, products, and number 8 of this chart there is electronics. It's a significant exports that we do here already for electronics, close to 11 billion. But then if you have to catch up this 300 billion targets that we have for electronics manufacturing by 2026, there are 2 things that we have to really do. One is domestic consumption. We have to improve our domestic consumption by 2x. And that's for sure happening with the disposable incomes of the middle-aged population and the diversified demographics that we have. That's not so complex, I would say, reaching the 2x demand. But then where the biggest challenge is the export market. We have to grow 10x to be able to meet these targets. And thanks to, again, COVID, of course, no thanks one side, but then thanks also because it accelerated the growth. And today, if there are companies, products being transferred out from the manufacturing country of the world into India, it is happening right here when we speak. So the biggest amount of investments are being shifted out, coming over to India. Where are they going? They're all going to two nations only. One is Vietnam, second is India. But of course, Vietnam receives it because it's very natural that they're very close in terms of border. They can just go like overnight by a truck. India is so far away. But the biggest advantage of our nation is the demographic dividend and the vast consumption of population that we have. Unfortunately, Vietnam as a nation either does not have too many young people or they do not have too many people. So therefore, it is very natural that the manufacturing footprint moves to India. And today we are the second largest electronics phone manufacturing country in the whole world, right after China. And this we took in the last 2 years. And there's no doubt in the next 2 years, we will really become number one. So therefore, the export market reaching 10x, I don't see that as a challenge because already this year in September, we have exported in 1 month $1 billion worth of products. So, and that has been possible and we are moving in that range. But if you see here, the Prime Minister's vision of having $1 trillion GDP and the US $1 trillion one of digital economy, of which 300 billion contribution is supposed to be coming from the electronics manufacturing alone, I would say quality is really the biggest thing. So today we all remember Japan for one thing, for quality. Even if you have a product that was bought like 20 years ago, they still work really well with the highest possible amount of quality. So therefore, as a nation, it's not about competitiveness in terms of pricing. I think it's also about competitiveness in terms of our quality. So we should always be remembered as a country that delivers products with the highest possible quality. We do that. We have been shipping close to 1 billion chargers overseas in the last 17 years. Since we started in Chennai, we have produced over 1 billion chargers in the last 17 years. Can you believe, to date, we have never had a single recall in the market. These products are all produced by our absolute rural women. Of the 12,000 people, 90% of my employees are all women employees. We were probably the first in India to have kind of the highest amount of women employment in the electronics manufacturing sector. They really deliver the best, highest quality products made by our rural women. So we can be so proud of this fact. And this is the way to go. Quality is something that we'll have to deliver significantly higher standard. It's not about cost. I think today people talk about China means cost. But I think when people talk about India in the next 10 years, it should all be about quality, not just about cost. Of course, overall competitiveness is very important, but quality remains. So there is also a famous saying which says, the price you paid is forgotten, but the quality is not. I think that becomes very relevant when India aspires to take the number one position for manufacturing. But if you see the chart there, we have 18% of world population, but only 3.2% of economy versus global. So there's a big gap to fill, and that's what I said. As much as we have a problem, that all actually becomes our biggest advantage, and it all depends on us in this room, in this nation, decide what to do next. So the key product segments on the top, why mobile phones will still remain the significant focus area is because of its sheer volume and the growth. So $30 billion worth of domestic manufacturing that happens in India today for mobile phones alone. But while you have the rest of all of them, but I think mobile phones still becomes number one there. It's very hard to see today a person who does not have a phone. Right? People do have 2, 3 as well at times. You do everything from morning to evening, all in your phone. So this is only going to go better and smarter. So what needs to be there more is definitely innovation. Of course, people want to see several things. Today, there's a very interesting fact in one of the phones that we know. Sharing of your charge. Who would have believed that that you could actually share your mobile phone charge, the charge from your battery, and that's happening right now. That's the kind of innovation that people are doing in the mobile phone space. So that's one of those. But of course, there are various areas that's going to get in. A lot of opportunities for all of us. So when I say here, biggest opportunities in phones, of course, assembly. Most of the things are assembled today because parts are imported. And can we go local? Can we improvise our domestic contents? We'll talk about that next. But then most importantly, the semiconductors that we are aspiring to be a nation of manufacturing semiconductors here. I think that would be the stop when we need to stop, when we are all done. Well, that's a long way to go, but at least the good thing is that large companies are already investing, and we have institutes such as IIT and several other reputed institutes working together in this area of designing, development, and also like manufacturing here. When I say manufacturing, it's not just about assembly, but there's a lot more happens beyond that. Due to confidential reasons with customers, I'm not able to show some of the videos, but I can tell you we have a world-class factory set up in Chennai. If you see our factory, and then you see a factory in the US or Japan, you would really not make out a difference, except unless you see people there, with different colors. You will not make whether this is a factory in Chennai or this is a factory in Chicago. It's that high standards that's been done already in this nation here. So the next thing is, if you have to go to this $1 trillion ecosystem that we are talking about, just for the digital economy and mobile and related components, electronic components are going to play a very, very significant role. So the blue bars are actually the end product, but then the purple bars are the one really components. Blue bars, we can just hit them in 2 years' time, meeting all those numbers. Just transfer lines from elsewhere in the world, start assembling here. But then, what's the benefit? How are you involving a lot of people? How are you involving technology? How do you have really made in India products in all of this? So that's where the question lies today. And the answer is all in the purple bars, which is nothing but we have to make all the sub-assemblies, components, raw materials, automation, jigs, fixtures, everything that's needed right here in this country, and just stop importing these products anymore. Government is doing its part by penalizing, by having duties. That's the first thing to do. They're also doing the second thing by incentivizing, to be here. But we all together here have the biggest opportunity to participate in this growth. And I have been to China several times. I've seen people, a small company with 5 people. But today they've grown so big and they've gone public. They have billions of dollars. All of this happened in the last 15 years. How did that happen? Again, sheer innovation, scale, domestically made products. So that's the success criteria that they had, and they've achieved it. And I'm sure we can do it as well. We have the best youngsters. A lot of engineering colleges around in our areas, and students coming over here. And IEI plays a major role as well, in churning out, very high quality students there to the industry. So I would say the answer all here is in components. So can we just go down to components? That's the hardest part. That's really the hardest part, to do it. But once we do this, that's when, we can succeed and sustain the targets that we have. And also here, I have here Dr. Velraj. So, the institutions like Anna University play a very significant role, in this sector. Churning out students, not just only for employment, but for entrepreneurship, which is also that you have been talking about. So can we emphasize and, energize our students to be entrepreneurs and not just employment seekers? So we should turn this table, and that's only possible already from the university level to make it happen. Yeah. So if you see the global supply chain today, it's all across the globe. Parts come from all across the globe. What happens in India, the value addition is only less than 10%. Imagine if you move from 10% to around 40%, what will happen to the growth? There will be a lot of participation in the economy. Many students moving to the next stages, medium companies becoming large companies, small companies becoming medium companies. There's a hell of a lot of opportunity that's right in front of us that we all have to capitalize to make this a reality, and making sure that also India grows in the value chain. So this is what I said. So India's participation in the global value chain and at the same time increasing our domestic content, that is the real answer for all of that we have right now. I mean, we can be so blessed that we live in an era where everything is moving towards India. The focus on India is so high today that we don't have to go seek for customers. Actually, customers are automatically coming to India today, and this is truth. When they're looking at alternatives, their first priority is India. For various reasons we already mentioned. Our domestic market is not just producing and selling out somewhere. They don't come here for low-cost labor. They come here because we also have a possibility to buy and then also export out from here. So building scale. In our industry, it just does not work, not only ours, but any industry, be it automotive, medical, all of these areas. It's not about starting, I mean, you can start small, but you don't have a big, humongous, audacious goal to reach there. I don't think we will be able to succeed, because we are competing today with large nations, large corporations globally. So therefore, building skill is very important. And that's what we did, as I said, moving from 2,300 people all the way to 12,000. And then planning to go to like 20, 30,000 people in the next 2-3 years is no joke, but it is all possible. So that's the first thing. And then being globally competitive, which I also touched upon earlier. It's not about price alone. Can we be overall competitive in terms of pricing? Can we deliver on time, every single time? Can we deliver the highest quality possibilities? So all of this is what is needed to be there. But then lower tariffs on inputs. So that is another one that's mainly for the government. We cannot have a lot of taxes on products when it's coming inside the nation, making it more expensive. So that's another one. And large scale investments. So it's not just about manufacturing, but then if you have to go really this big, it calls for about investments in huge numbers. We alone in the last 3 years, we have invested 2,000 crores in the factories in Chennai that I'm talking about. And we're going to invest several thousand crores going forward too, because you have to be really large enough to be able to take on this growth opportunity that we have. But when we grow, of course, there's a growth potential for many of the value chain and the supply partners as well as we go forward. So therefore, the only answer for all of this is developing of the local supply chain. So having said this, it's not always about the government. We always think about, the three-legged stool, which is, we say the government is responsible, anything happens, we normally blame the government. But then it's not only government. What are organizations doing as well? Are we innovating enough? Are we growing fast enough? Are we contributing back to the society? So all of these matters as well. And universities, alliances with institutions, alliance with companies, that's really a need. And I think, there is also a review discussion that's happening. Like what happens in medical, can we also have engineering graduates, participate already in the last year of their education in industry, spend at least 6 months of your time with the industry, in the industry, so that, you really understand what is the need of the industry, what are the potential possibilities, and you have the time frame to think about and see what you can create a future for your own self. So therefore, I think universities, organizations, and government are coming together already, but we only have to make it to the next level. Plus the society, as consumers, as all of us, can we also change our behavior of how we consume products, how we handle products, how we deliver them. So it's not just about organizations, government, and the academia, but then also as society, we do have a complete responsibility in making sure that we support every single aspect of the growth possibilities. And we have all seen this. I mean, after 10 years, when we speak here, we would really speak something really different, that we have already achieved all of this. And that's what we want to see. And that's only possible when we all join together. So I want to use this quote here, which says, "It's not the strongest species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but rather the one most adaptable to change." Today, this is where the change is right now really happening. The change of shifting manufacturing from elsewhere all towards India. Are we ready for the change? this is the one that's going to answer. Are we ready? Yes or no? If we are ready, yes, that's when we have a future. This future is not only for us, but I think for our generations to come. So therefore, we have to take this opportunity right in our hand. And as I said, this is the golden moment that we all have as a nation, as citizens, as industry, academia, all of them, to be making sure we are able to contribute to this $5 trillion economy overall. And therefore, I say that, this decade for manufacturing actually belongs to India. I have no doubt that, that this is not truth. I have no doubt that we cannot achieve this. But then this can only happen when we really put in all our very best, because this is the golden opportunity in our hands. So with that, a few words, I really want to thank each and every one of you for the opportunity, for your time. And, the key takeaway I would say is that, let's contribute, let's participate, and then, let's make sure that we all add up to reach this goal of becoming #1 manufacturing for electronics in this nation, and at the same time to be the 3rd largest economy in the world, which we can all be very proud of. Thank you again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sasikumar Gendam, for that very informative lecture. May I request our immediate past president, Engineer Narendra Singh Ji, to kindly felicitate our speaker by presenting a shawl and a plaque. A big round of applause, please. I now invite Secretary and Director General to give the vote of thanks.
Mr. Narendra Singh, our immediate past president II, Mr. Sasikumar Gendam, Managing Director Cellcom India, distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasant duty to propose a vote of thanks to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Sasikumar Gendam, Managing Director Cellcom, who has honored us by sparing his valuable time to deliver a very enlightening lecture on the topic of Make in India, Make for the World. During his topic, he told us how India aspires to be a $5 trillion economy by 2025. And he also brought out that this 5 trillion will happen, whether in 2025 we are able to achieve it or it will go to 2026, 2027, but it will happen. And he also brought out that out of this, about 1 trillion comes from the merchandise exports, will come back from merchandise exports by 2028. And India will be the 3rd largest economy by 2029. It is going to surpass Germany by 2027 and Japan by 2029. And he also brought out how electronics imports are only now next to the crude and gold, and is the 3rd largest import in the country. And therefore, the focus must be on the electronics manufacturing in India. He also brought out the various key product segments. He brought out the vision for the electronics industry and to create a $1 trillion ecosystem in the next 10 years. He also emphasized the need for increasing domestic value addition, and in the end brought out how the interaction takes place between the government, society, industry, universities, how all the academia, industry and government, how the interaction takes place with the society. And I'm sure with the government launching the production-linked incentive scheme and government very keen to build a semiconductor manufacturing in India, this segment is going to get a big boost. Now we wish to thank Mr. Sasikumar Gendam for giving us a very, very inspiring talk, and may I request all of you to offer a huge round of applause to Mr. Sasikumar Gendam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short tea break. Kindly assemble here at 12 for the next session.
So may I request all the delegates to occupy the seat. I again say, please occupy the seats and please keep your mobile phone on the silent. Okay. So அனைவருக்கும் மதிய வணக்கம். Very good afternoon to all present here. It's honor that the Tamil Nadu State Center of Institution of Engineers is celebrating its centenary celebration. On this occasion, we have an important historical event, we can say. It's an inauguration of National Environment and Climatic Change Forum, which has been approved by the Tamil Nadu State Center, and we are going to inaugurate it today under the leadership of the Minister Thiru Shiva V. Meyanathan, the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climatic Change of the Government of Tamil Nadu. And to add up this, I think the complete global has seen the India in past 3 months before in a different way because of this Chess Olympia game. And this Chess Olympia Forum was completely initiated and completely created as successful and made our Tamil Nadu and India in the globally as a more proud is in charge of again our Shiva V. Meyanathan sir. We honor him for making this achievement for our country and our state in the crucial period of within 3 months. That's one of the salutations where we can give it to the government of Tamil Nadu. Along with the minister and the chief minister, the IEA proud to take this privilege in honoring them. IEA TNSC is celebrating its 100 years of service to the society. Today, the National Environment and Climatic Change Forum, with the slogan of Engineering for the Society, engineering solutions in mitigating climatic change effect and for its sustainable environmental, is going to be inaugurated. In this regard, I would like to invite all the delegates who have been on the dais and also who have been joined on the forum of all the presidents, vice president, the council member, Tamil Nadu committee member, the academicians and the industries and all the students group who have been joined here. It's our immense pleasure that the 100 years of celebration today we are being happening at Lee Meridian with the celebration of Indian Engineering Congress, and we had a session today to inaugurate this national forum under the guidance of all our committee members. With this, I would like to invite Engineer S. Kannan, who is the chairman, the captain of the ship of our IEA TNSC, to deliver welcome address. Sir, over to you.
Vanakkam. Good morning to all of you. Respected Chief Guest, Sir Shiva V. Meyanathan, Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu, respected Guest of Honor, Dr. R. Velraj, Vice Chancellor, Anna University, Dr. T.M. Gunaraja, Past President, R. Venkatesan, our Council Member, Engineer Ramdas, our Past Chairman, IEI TNSC, Engineer Dr. Gokul, Joint Secretary, IEI TNSC, our fellow engineers, our eminent personalities of the industry, our council members, past presidents, and other dignitaries on the dais and as well as on the thing. It is my great honor and immense pleasure to welcome our Honorable Minister, the Shiva V. Meyanathan, who readily accepted our invitation in his busy schedule for our this inaugural function of National Environment and Climate Change. The fittest person for our change, our subject for the National Environmental Forum. We are going to inaugurate it today. I welcome you, sir. it is my proud privilege to extend my warm welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. R. Velraj, Vice Chancellor, Anna University. Welcome, sir. I am very happy to welcome our President of the Council, All India Council, President-elect, and our Council members, our SDG committee members, and Institute fellow engineers, eminent personalities, and the scholars of academic and industry, and sponsors, and ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you for this inaugural function. This main objective and purpose of the National Environment and Climate Change Forum, which we are going to inaugurate today, is to promote and propagate the concept of national environment and climate change, and to facilitate exchange or ideas of opinion pertaining to it. And climate is not a challenge for tomorrow. Really, it is the imperative for today to be solved only through our global integration and will and skill. So to act as an environmental forum and be bridge between the environmental policy makers, policy implementing agencies, environment monitoring agencies, and educational institutes, environmental research and development centers, and non-government organizations related to environment and other stakeholders, industries, and commercial establishments. It is very apt, actually, this Institute of Engineers, India, Tamil Nadu State Center, we celebrated 100 years program. Yesterday, we have completed actually with our Honorable Minister, our Ponmudi Sahab, and that is the 100th year celebration we have completed along with our Engineering Congress. We had the pre-centenary celebration last year, that is December 22nd, our 22nd of 21, Thiru Anbil Magesh Payamari, Honorable Minister for School Education, Government of Tamil Nadu, in the presence of various legends, and we have celebrated pre-centenary celebration. And we concluded with the Higher Education Minister. Our Ponmudi Sir, Thiru Ponmudi Sir yesterday. So with the support of 16 local centers and state centers, we have organized various activities like convention, conference, seminar, workshop, symposium, conclave, and lectures. The highlight of the centenary celebrations, that is IEA TNSC Techno Carnival 100-hour webinar series by 17 centers, attempted for the Asia Book of Records. We have received the certificate, sir, and it has been released, and we have received the Asia Book of Records for the Institute of Engineers. So on behalf of TNSC and my fellow engineers, I welcome our chief guest and other council members once again. Welcome all of you. Welcome for this environmental forum inauguration, please. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Engineer Kannan, who is the chairman of our IEA Tamil Nadu State Center. We should know about this forum. So what is this National Environment Climatic Change Forum, which has been going to happen from the IEA TNSC? To inform about the forum, I would like to invite Dr. R. Venkatesan, who is a council member of IEA, also the former head of NAOT Government of India. Sir, over to you.
Respected Honorable Minister, Government of Tamil Nadu, respected Vice Chancellor of Anna University, Dr. Velraj, Dr. Gunaraja, and Chairman of Tamil Nadu State Center, and Mr. Gokul and Mr. Ramdas. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this important function here, and that too in front of Honorable Minister. And the Tamil Nadu is the first state under his leadership to launch the climate change mission a few days ago to make into green Tamil Nadu. And also I would like to link that I am also associated with the Tamil Nadu State Coastal Zone Authority, and we are working together to make and protect this environment. Further to link is from the local to the state to the national to the global level. Yesterday, the Parliament has passed amendment to the energy bill, where there is a more focus here on the related to development of technology and also for the activities which need to be undertaken. So here is the role for again at the national level, we need to look at it. I'd like to share and inform to the Minister that we had also looked at the earth as a whole system. It's not only a small activity what we do. Also talks about the changes what is happening to the human activity. We were about 3 billion in 1800. You talk about the population. Today we have crossed number 58 billion. Last about 30, 40 years, 12 to 13 years, once 1 billion we are adding. So by 2058 we'll be 12 billion. So that's a big challenge for us. Our comfort level is increasing. We thought that nature is having the resources and the ecosystem is providing all services, food, water, energy, and that can use. That's not the case here. We have taken it for granted. Now, what we do for the future, that is what UNICEF talks about, the crisis for the children. Children born today are facing this crisis of climate change. So all the solutions can look into the engineers who can find a way how we can comfort. We can see
The Environment Forum is born in Tamil Nadu. It will be taken around the world, around our pan-India, and create the importance of this environment and climatic change, because we can always create the innovations and creativity for industry or academics, but we cannot always survive for the climatic change and environment. It is part and parcel of our generation, and we have to give back. Within this, I would like to invite Dr. T.M. Gunaraja, who is a past president of IEA, to say about the vision for this forum. Sir, it's over to you.
Honorable Minister Thiru Siva Meyanathan, other dignitaries on the dais, my dear fellow engineers, good morning to all of you. In fact, this forum, the idea was created in the State Center when I was a president of the Institution of Engineers India during 2019. Since Tamil Nadu is going to celebrate the centennial year, we thought we should have a forum where we can contribute to the society. On that basis, it is being placed to the council, and it is not approved at that time because there are already 8 forums in the national level is existing, like the National Design Forum at Bangalore, Safety Quality Forum at the Delhi, Skill Development Forum in Shimla, Water Management Forum in the Ahmedabad, Rural Development Forum in the West Bengal, and similarly the Sustainable Development Forum also we have in the national level. But when we have the Centennial Celebration Committee meeting, we thought we should take up this fora in the state level by the Institution of Engineers India Tamil Nadu State Center to promote and utilize the expertise available in the Tamil Nadu State Center. As Gogul and Venkatesan said, we have a lot of potential here. Many experts like Venkatesan and other, even our minister who is being contributing a lot to this environment and climate change. He is the initiator when he came for the chemical engineering convention. He was talking a lot about this environment. So that is also one of the resources for us to start this forum. Thank you, sir, for your ideas. In fact, as I said, the Tamil Nadu State Center crossed 100 years, contributed a lot in the different way to the state as well as to the national. The Venkatesan was talking about why this fora is created. But the focus is mainly the National Environment and Climate Change Fora under the IEI, which is being established to commemorate the 100 years. I requested the president of IEI to inaugurate, and he said, it is a program of the State Center which should function under the Sustainable Development Forum jointly with them. So it's a good idea, then we also accepted. We will take up this in the national level, joining with the existing Sustainable Development Forum. But the focus may be little different, where we want to involve the technologies and the students and administrators to find the solutions and create awareness among the student community. And also, as the IEI is one of the largest professional body having multi-linkage professional association in the global level, this can be taken up even the national level and in the global level later. So this was the idea. Thanks to the State Committee for approving this fora and initiating today. And our heartfelt thankfulness goes to Thiru Siva Mayyanathan, the Ministry for the Environment and Climate Change, who will be supporting us and promoting us in all directions, we know. And I wish this fora for the success in all directions. Thank you very much.
Give a Lifetime Achievement Award for Dr. T.M. Gunaraja, who has contributed for IEA as a 35 years of experience, and he is the person who can able to become the first Tamil Nadu Council President, Centenary President in 2020. To honor him, I would like to invite our Honorable Minister, Thiru Shiva V. Mayyanathan sir, to felicitate him. Thank you so much, sir. There's another important, I think, this 100-year celebration, which was initiated December 2021 by the Honorable Minister Anbil Poyyamuri, which he has initiated, I think, from January 2022 to till today. I think IEA has taken 100 hours Techno Carnival, and this Techno Carnival was being listed in Asia Book of Record, and we wanted Honorable Minister Sir to release the Asia Book of Record, which is the first the Asia Book of Record is released in our IEA history. Thank you so much, sir. I think this would have not happened with the support of all the local centers. We have 16 local centers in Tamil Nadu. Everybody has initiated each and 5 hours of program, and which we could able to achieve 100 hours, and this has been listed in the Asia Book of Record. So within this, we want to inaugurate our forum relaxation brochure. I would like to invite our Minister Sir to invite. Thank you so much, sir. So last but not least, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. R. Velraj, who is the Vice Chancellor of Anna University. I think everybody knows about our Vice Chancellor, who has been delivered our memorial lecture, as well as every academicians of our state would know about who is Velraj, sir. Without any further introduction, I would like to invite him for deliver the guest of honor address. So over to you, sir.
Very good morning. Respected Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Siva V. Mayanathan, Dr. T.M. Gunaraja, past President IEI, Dr. S. Kannan, Chairman IEI TNSC, Dr. Venkatesan, Council Member IEI, Dr. Engineer D. Kogul, Joint Secretary IEI TNSC, past Presidents IEI, Council Members IEI, and distinguished guests. I am very happy to note that on the centenary celebration of this IEI TNSC, IEI is inaugurating this wonderful center, that is National Environment and Climate Change Forum. It is definitely need of the hour. It should have been started long ago, but at least now we have started. It's a very need of the hour. Yesterday when I told any fast action will lead to chaos. Any fast action will lead to chaos. So now in the last 200 years, the growth was very fast, leading to a lot of chaos in the environment. Any development will lead to chaos to the environment. Because anything, it is possible by making disaster to the environment. Anything, any development, that I have stressed during my speech yesterday. So atmosphere is the sink. Whatever sin we are making, this atmosphere is the sink, it's absorbing everything. But the atmosphere is capable of correcting everything on its own. But if everything is slow and sustainable, but now everything is very fast, even the sink is not capable of correcting on its own. So now I can say the earth has got fever already. When we get fever, we will try to correct on our own. But when it is coming to an emergency, we cannot correct on our own. We need doctors. Like that now this earth is giving all, what is that, this environmental damages to this world. So all this pandemic, this earthquake, heat wave, cold wave, all these are the symptoms. Because earth is not capable of correcting on its own. It's giving lot of symptoms that we should understand at least this is the time we need to follow any action with the sustainable measures. Otherwise, the days are not too far as the human being cannot live in this planet. We know in the last year, nearly 225 days, it's extreme weather conditions in the country. Extreme weather, either hot wave or cold wave. It's a very dangerous scenario. Now, if we don't take any measure, definitely nobody can save this planet. This pandemic time also, we all thought it's a pandemic is sudden upcoming, but it's because of this environmental disaster only, environmental disaster. But because everything is connected to the oxygen level in this planet. Carbon dioxide level in this planet is showing the indication of disaster in the environment. This carbon dioxide level, in every action, whatever we make, there will be because every action is connected to some energy requirement. Energy requirement means it is from the fossil fuel, some carbon dioxide release will be there. Carbon dioxide increase means it's a danger to the environment. Even the pandemic time, we all have seen people were suffering for oxygen requirement. Oxygen containers, we couldn't provide oxygen to our patients. So oxygen level we need to. So there are so many measures we can do. Tree plantation is one of the easiest way we can increase the oxygen level because carbon dioxide is damaging this environment. In addition, there are so many things we need to make an attempt. This waste disposal, waste to wealth, because whatever waste is coming, we are telling it's a solid waste. Solid waste, the environmental scientists are working, but they may clean the solid waste, but at the cost of making liquid waste. The liquid waste, both if you try to make it, it is a gaseous waste. So we cannot, those who are environmental scientists will focus only on one thing, but they are making cost of a disaster in the other. So wholeness, any development should happen with a holistic approach. Otherwise, it is impossible to protect this world. So it's the right time. I appreciate this, our IEA TNSC has started this National Environment and Climate Change Forum in the right time. It is our duty, all the institutions, companies and government should work together to preserve this planet. Wherever development happening, this environment also should account within this development. Then we can protect this environment for our future generation. I thank the organizers for the opportunity given, and I am sure it is being inaugurated by our Honorable Minister for Environment. Definitely his focus will be there to protect this planet. Our Tamil Nadu should lead this in this environmental and climate change because the development in India also, the high development is taking place in Tamil Nadu. So it is our duty to protect this environment. I think our Honorable Minister's support will be there for the development of this forum in a big way. We all will give all our work, and our students also will make our student force also to work for this. I congratulate all the people who have taken effort to initiate this forum. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. R. Velraj, sir, who is the Vice Chancellor of Anna University. Definitely, I think Tamil Nadu State Center is having 29,996 corporate members and more than 80,000 non-corporate members. And if all the members join together and make this forum one of the topmost forum, because environment and climatic change is one of the important factors which we are all seeing today in our life. And these members will emerge and create a biggest horizontal development or vertical development to make everybody to feel about the importance of climatic change. Now it is time to felicitate our chief guest, also the guest of honor. I would like to invite our Chairman, Tamil Nadu State Center, Engineer R.S. Kannan, to felicitate our chief guest, who is none other than Thiru Shiva V. Mayyanathan, the Honorable Minister of Environment and Climatic Change, Government of Tamil Nadu. I would like to invite our engineer S. Kannan to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. R. Velraj, who is the Vice Chancellor of Anna University. Thank you so much, sir. It's time for inaugural address. Before we go for inaugural address, we should give the biodata of our Honorable Minister. Thiru Shiva V. Mayyanathan is the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climatic Change from the Government of Tamil Nadu. He was born on 9th October 1969 at Maramadaki and studied at the Thandai Arms Rover School, Perambalur. He has been elected for the twice from the Alangudi Assembly constituency, and right now he was holding a position of Honorable Minister for Environment and Climatic Change. And he was also holding a position of Youth Welfare and Sports Development. Under his leadership, I already said, the first time I think the Chess Olympia was happened at Tamil Nadu within a span of 3 months of period, and that has taken an applause for complete global. Why? Because I think this Chess Olympia should be happened at Russia, but due to Ukraine and Russia war, they couldn't able to suggest which country is going to organize. The first time the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and along with the Minister of Sports and Youth Welfare has taken a proud, proactive momentum to bring back this Chess Olympiad, and they have made it happen in Tamil Nadu. We should honor our CM as well as the Minister who could able to do this at Tamil Nadu and create our own, the emblem of Tamil Nadu to the entire world. Thank you so much, sir, for your proud. Along with, again, we honor our Chief Minister also. Before we do that, we all heard about the climatic change and environment from the various technologies people. Let us also hear from the common people, what does this environment and climatic change? And after this, we'll have an inaugural address of our Honorable Minister. AV, please.
Radiation into the environment can affect children a lot. Children who are growing, the cells can get affected and they can get a lot of diseases like cancers, childhood cancer.
It has become a dangerous problem nowadays. Why it is happening? It may be due to the increase in the temperature, increase in the sea level, and increase in the greenhouse gases.
பைக் யூஸ் பண்ணுறதுனால பொல்யூஷன் நிறையா ஆகுது. அதனால் நம்ம நடந்து போகலாம்.
സെൽഫോൺസിൽ നിന്നും കൂടുതലായിട്ട് വരുന്ന റേഡിയേഷൻസ് നമ്മുടെ പ്രകൃതിയെയും പക്ഷികളെയും ധാരാളമായി ബാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
വീട് കെട്ടുறதுக்கு മരങ്ങൾ വെട്ടുறதுனால മഴ വരുന്നത് കമ്മിയായിരിച്ചു.
Decrease in death rate is due to the improvement in medical facilities. With the birth rate remaining the same is one of the major causes of populations.
झाड़ा कतरे तो नेचुरल रिसोर्स कम होता, ऑक्सीजन लेवल कम होता. इसके बाद झाड़ा नहीं कतरो हमारी दुनिया अच्छा रहेगी.
ನೀರಿನಿಂದ ಆಗುವ ಕಲುಷಿತವೇನೆಂದರೆ ತೈಲ ಸೋರಿಕೆ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ, ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ.
கடலில் குப்பை போகிறது, கோவத்தில் இப்போ போகிறது கடலில் தான் போய் சேர்த்து அதெல்லாம் அது தயவுசெய்து தவிர்த்துட்டு
I think one cause is increased access to health care, which has increased life expectancy.
குப்பைகளை எடுத்துன்னு போய் எரிக்கிறதுனால காற்று மாசு அதிகமாகுது.
ಕಾಡುಗಳು ನಾಶಗಾಣಿಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣ, ನಾಗರಿಕರಣ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಅವಸರಗಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ರಹದಾರಿಗಳು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಾಡುಗಳು ಕತ್ತರಿಸೇస్తున్నాం.
பர்கர் அது இதுன்னு வருது, அப்புறம் தோசை இதெல்லாம் அதனால ரொம்ப கெடுதல் இப்போ வர ஃபுட்டில் தான். முதல்ல இருந்த ஃபுட்டில் கெடுதல்.
ప్లాస్టిక్ కుప్పను వచ్చేసి ఎక్కువ కాల్చకుండా, దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ఎయిర్ పొల్యూషన్ చాలా అవుతుంది. బండి చాలా ఎక్కువ ట్రావెల్స్ అని పోతున్న వల్ల ఇవన్నీ అవాయిడ్ చేయండి కొద్దిగా.
உலகம் முழுவதுமே செல்போன் நிறைய பேர் உபயோகப்படுத்துகிறாங்க. அதிலிருந்து வர கதிர்வீச்சினால பறவை இனங்கள் நிறைய அழிக்கப்படுது.
We are against for climate. We are against for climate.
Yeah. So this is the voice of the people. Definitely we will be getting the solution from our Honorable Minister. I also thank Dr. L. Ramesh and all the student members who have created this audio. With no further delay, I would like to invite our Thiru Shiva V. Mayyanathan, the Honorable Minister of Environment and Climatic Change, Government of Tamil Nadu, to felicitate with inaugural address of this forum. Sir, please.
The Institution of Engineers, India,
தமிழ்நாடு ஸ்டேட் சென்டர் சார்பாக இயற்கையை பாதுகாப்பதற்காக மிக சிறப்பான ஒரு திட்டத்தை நேஷனல் என்வாயர்மெண்ட் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் ஃபோரம் என்கின்ற ஒரு அமைப்பினை இன்றைய தினம் தொடங்கி வைப்பதில் மற்றற்ற மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். விழாவில் கலந்து கொண்டு மிக சிறப்பான கருத்துக்களை எடுத்து வைத்திருக்கின்ற அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டி வைஸ் சான்சலர் டாக்டர் ஆர் வேல்ராஜ் அவர்களுக்கும் வருகை தந்து நம்மை எல்லாம் வரவேற்று சிறப்பு சேர்த்திருக்கின்ற பொறியாளர் எஸ் கண்ணன் அவர்களுக்கும் மிக சிறப்பான கருத்துக்களை எடுத்து வைத்திருக்கின்ற மரியாதைக்குரிய டாக்டர் ஆர் வெங்கடேசன் அவர்களுக்கும் இதனை பற்றி கருத்துக்களை எடுத்து சொல்லியிருக்கின்ற டாக்டர் TM குணராஜ் அவர்களுக்கும் இந்த நிகழ்வை ஏற்பாடு செய்து நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற நமது என்ஜினியர் டி கோகுல் அவர்களுக்கும் மற்றும் இந்த தொடக்க விழாவில் பங்கெடுத்திருக்கின்ற இந்தியா முழுவதும் வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற பொறியாளர்கள், இந்த அமைப்பை சார்ந்தவர்கள், பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்துறை நண்பர்கள், உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எனது வணக்கத்தை அன்போடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். உலகம் முழுவதும் ஒரே ஒரு பூமிதான். இந்த ஒரே ஒரு பூமிக்கு ஒரே ஒரு இயற்கை மட்டுமே சொந்தமானது. அந்த இயற்கையானது குறிப்பாக ஒரு 1700 ஆண்டுகளாக மிக அதிகமாக மனிதர்களால் தாக்கப்படுகிறது. இதற்கு முக்கிய காரணம் நவீன வாழ்க்கை. மிகப்பெரிய தொழில் புரட்சி காரணமாக இன்றைக்கு இயற்கையே மிகப்பெரிய அச்சுறுத்தலான ஒரு சூழ்நிலை ஏற்பட்டிருக்கிற சூழ்நிலையில் தேசிய அளவிலான சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான மன்றத்தை தொடங்கியிருக்கிறார்கள். மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மே 7ஆம் தேதி 2021 அன்று தமிழக அமைச்சரவை அமைக்கின்ற பொழுது இதற்கு முன்பு கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் என்வாயர்மெண்ட் என்று ஒன்று கிடையாது. ஒன்லி என்வாயர்மெண்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மட்டும்தான் இருந்தது. அதனை பெயர் மாற்றம் செய்து என்வாயர்மெண்ட் அண்ட் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் என்கின்ற துறையினுடைய பெயரை மாற்றம் செய்து அந்த துறைக்கு முதல் அமைச்சராக என்னை முதல் முறையாக மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பணித்தார்கள். அதற்காக நான் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். இயற்கையை பாதுகாக்கக்கூடிய மிக மிக சிறப்பான பொறுப்பு நமக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது என்று நான் மகிழ்ச்சியை பொறுப்பேற்றாலும், ஆனால் இந்த 15 மாதங்களில் நான் கடந்து வந்த பாதைகளை பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது என் வாழ்க்கை இந்த அமைச்சராக கடந்த பயணங்கள் முழுவதும் இயற்கை மீது தொடுக்கப்பட்ட இந்த பாதிப்புகளால் வேதனைகளை சுமந்திருந்திருக்கிறேன் என்பதை நான் உங்களுக்கு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். வேதனைகளோடு அந்த பணிகளை தொடங்கினாலும் அதிலும் நாம் வெற்றி காண முடியும் என்கின்ற அடிப்படையில் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் 3 இயக்கங்களை தொடங்கி வைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். தமிழ்நாடு கிரீன் மிஷன், தமிழ்நாடு வெட்லேண்ட் மிஷன், தமிழ்நாடு கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் மிஷன் என்கின்ற 3 இயக்கங்களை தொடங்கி வைத்து கடந்த இந்த மாதம் 9ஆம் தேதி மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தை தொடங்கி வைத்தார்கள். எல்லோரும் கேட்டார்கள், இது என்ன காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கம் என்று சொன்னார்கள். இந்த தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்துடைய முக்கிய பணிகள் என்னவென்றால், இன்றைக்கு காலநிலை மாற்றத்தால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய பாதிப்புகளை தடுப்பதற்கான நடவடிக்கைகளை மேற்கொள்வதற்காக இந்த இயக்கம் தொடங்கப்பட்டது. தொடங்கியதோடு மட்டுமல்ல, மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் உடனடியாக அதற்கு 500 கோடி ரூபாயை ஒதுக்கீடு செய்து அந்த திட்டத்திற்கான பணிகளை தொடங்குவதற்கான நடவடிக்கைகள் மேற்கொண்டார். இயற்கையை கடந்து ஒரு அரசினுடைய ஆட்சி என்பது மக்களுக்கான திட்டங்களை கொண்டு செல்வது ஒரு அரசாங்கம். ஆனால் அதை கடந்து அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு இந்த மனித சமுதாயத்தை மட்டுமல்ல, இந்த மண்ணில் வாழ்கின்ற விலங்கினங்கள், அதே மாதிரி பல்லுயிர்கள், கடல் வாழ் உயிரினங்கள்,
இப்படி ஒட்டுமொத்தமாக எல்லாவற்றையும் பாதுகாப்பதற்கான திட்டம் தான் இந்த தமிழ்நாடு கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் மிஷன் என்ற கருத்துக்களில் 7 குறிக்கோள்களை அதனை நாம் கொண்டு சென்று இந்த பணிகளை மேற்கொள்ள இருக்கிறோம் என்பதை தெரிவித்துக்கிறேன். அந்த அடிப்படையில் நமது இங்கே தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த தேசிய அளவிலான சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான மன்றத்தை தொடங்கி வைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். இதனுடைய நோக்கங்களும் என்ற தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான நோக்கங்களோடு ஒத்துப்போகின்றன. ஆனால் இதிலே ஒரு சிறப்பு என்னவென்றால், இது உயர் பொறியாளர்கள் கல்வியறிவு பெற்ற அந்த அறிஞர்கள் மூலமாக இந்த கருத்துக்களை கொண்டு செல்கின்ற பொழுது எளிமையாக அதில் நாம் வெற்றி காண முடியும் என்கின்ற அடிப்படையில் இந்த அமைப்பை தொடங்கியதற்காக மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் சார்பாக, தமிழகத்தினுடைய சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றத்துறை சார்பாக என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை பாராட்டுக்களை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அதே சூழ்நிலையில் உங்களோடு இணைந்து பணியாற்றுவதற்கு தமிழக அரசு தயாராக இருக்கிறது என்கின்றதை நான் உங்களுக்கு தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். ஏன் என்று சொன்னால், நமது அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய வேந்தர் குறிப்பிட்டு வைஸ் சான்சலர் குறிப்பிட்டு சொன்னதை போல இன்றைக்கு இயற்கைக்கு மிகப்பெரிய அச்சுறுத்தல் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அப்படி அந்த அச்சுறுத்தல் யார் பாதிக்கப்படுகிறார் என்றால், அடித்தட்டில் இருக்கின்ற விளிம்பு நிலையில் இருக்கின்ற மக்கள் பாதிக்கிறார்கள். அதற்கு அடுத்தபடியாக எந்த தவறுமே செய்யாத விலங்கினங்கள், அதே மாதிரி கடல் வாழ் உயிரினங்கள், பல்லுயிர்கள், இவை அத்தனையும் பாதிக்கின்றன என்பது வேதனையான செய்தி. நான் ஒரு குளத்தை, பெரிய ஒரு ஏரியை தூர்வாருவார்கள். தூர்வாருகின்ற பொழுது அதில் இருக்கின்ற மரம் செடிகள் எல்லாம் அகற்றுவார்கள். அங்கே இருக்கின்ற எல்லாவற்றையும் அகற்றி முடித்ததுக்கப்புறம் அதிலே பல ஆயிரம் அந்த உயிரினங்கள் அந்த ஏரியிலே வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கும். ஆனால் அத்தனையும் அந்த ஒரு நிகழ்வால் பாதிக்கப்படுகிறது என்பதை நாம் மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. நாம் செய்கின்ற ஒவ்வொரு செயலிலும் இதன் மறுபடிவமாக யாருக்காவது பாதிப்பு இருக்கிறதா என்று நாம் பார்க்க வேண்டும். வள்ளுவன் குறிப்பிட்டு சொன்னான், மனத்திற்கண் மாசுலன் ஆதல் அனைத்தனன் ஆகுல நீரப்பெற என்று. ஒரு மனிதன் மனதால கூட அடுத்தவருக்கு கெடுதல் செய்யணும்னு நினைக்கக்கூடாது. அதுதான் நாம் வாழ்க்கையில் செய்யக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய அறச்செயல் என்று வள்ளுவன் 2000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பே சொல்லியிருக்கிறார். அதை இயற்கையை பாதுகாப்பதற்கும் நீரின்றி அமையாது உள்ளது என்று இப்போ சொல்ல 2000 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடியே வள்ளுவர் சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டார். அப்படி மனிதர்கள் மனத்தால் கூட நாம் அடுத்தவர்கள் கெட்டு போயணும்னு நினைக்கிற இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் நாம் செய்கிற இந்த நவீன வாழ்க்கையில் நாம் கடந்து போகிற ஒவ்வொரு இடத்திலும் இயற்கைக்கு செய்கின்ற அத்தனை பாதிப்புகளும் நம்மை அறியாமல் பல உயிரினங்களுக்கு நாம் மிகப்பெரிய அநீதியை, தவறை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம் என்பதை மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. அதைத்தான் இங்கே எங்காவது இங்கு இருக்கின்ற இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷனல் இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் அமைப்பை சார்ந்தவர்கள் இந்த ஒரு அற்புதமான இலக்கை நோக்கி நீங்கள் எடுத்து சென்றதற்காக நான் பாராட்டுகிறேன். ஏன் என்று கேட்டால், நான் என்னுடைய அடுத்த கட்ட பயணமாக நான் மேற்கொள்ள இருப்பது இந்த துறையின் சார்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இயற்கையை பாதுகாப்பதற்கு, அதே கல்வி அறிவு பெற்ற அந்த அறிஞர்களாக இருந்தாலும், சாதாரண ஒரு குக்கிராமத்தில் ஒரு 1000 மரங்களை நடவு செய்து உருவாக்கின்ற ஒரு கிராமத்தை சார்ந்த இளைஞனாக இருந்தாலும், சமூக ஆர்வலர்களை ஒன்றிணைத்து அவர்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை கேட்டு பெற்று அதன் மூலமாக சமூகத்தில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் அதிகமான இந்த இயற்கையை பாதுகாக்கின்ற கருத்துக்களை மக்களிடத்திலே கொண்டு செல்ல வேண்டும் என்பது என்னுடைய இலக்கு. அதுதான் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சருடைய இலக்காக இருக்கிறது என்பதை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நமது வைஸ் சான்சலர் சொன்னார், இயற்கை கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு ஒரு காலத்தில் இப்போ தன்னைத்தானே அது மறுசுழற்சி, நாம் வெளியிடுகின்ற கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடை அதே உட்கொண்டு தன்னைத்தானே அதை சமநிலை கொண்டு வரக்கூடிய அளவில் இயற்கை இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் இப்பொழுது அதையும் கடந்து நாம் சென்றிருக்கிறோம். இன்றைக்கு குறிப்பாக ஒரு 1700 ஆண்டுகளில் ஏற்பட்ட இந்த மனித சமுதாயத்தில் ஏற்பட்ட மாற்றத்தின் மூலமாக 1.3 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ் சராசரி வெப்பநிலை விட உயர்ந்திருக்கிறது. இது 2020 2030க்குள்ளாக 1.5 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ் வெப்பநிலை உயர்வதற்குள்ளாக கட்டுப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்று IPCC ரிப்போர்ட் சொல்கிறது. அதற்கான நடவடிக்கைகளை உலகளாக, தமிழ்நாடு மட்டுமல்ல, இந்தியா மட்டுமல்ல, உலகளாக ஒரு முடிவை எடுக்க வேண்டும் என்கின்ற சூழ்நிலையில் நாம் தள்ளப்பட்டிருக்கிறோம். இந்த 10 ஆண்டுகளில் இந்த வெப்பநிலையை கடந்தால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய பாதிப்புகள். இப்போது இந்த வீடியோ போட்டாங்க, அதில் டாக்டர்ஸ் சொல்கிறாங்க, குழந்தைகளுடைய அந்த செல் அமைப்பில் கூட அந்த பாதிப்பு ஏற்படக்கூடியது, அதனால் புதிய புதிய நோய்கள் வரக்கூடிய சூழ்நிலை இருக்கிறது என்று சொல்லியிருக்கார். உண்மைதான். நேற்றைக்கு என்னிடத்தில் என் தொகுதியிலிருந்து ஒரு பெற்றோர் வந்து பார்க்கிறார். இங்கே இருக்கின்ற காஞ்சி காமாட்சி கோடி ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் ஒரு குழந்தை இருக்காங்க. அந்த குழந்தை என்னன்னா நுரையீரல், அதாவது சுவாசித்து அவங்க சாப்பிட்ற சாப்பாடு டைஜஸ்ட் ஆகக்கூடிய கெப்பாசிட்டி இல்லை. இப்படிப்பட்ட சூழ்நிலையில் தாய்ப்பால் கூட அந்த குழந்தைக்கு கொடுக்க முடியாத சூழ்நிலை 3 மாதமாக மருத்துவமனையில் இருக்காங்க. அந்த மருத்துவமனையில் இருக்கிற அந்த குழந்தைக்கு என்னென்னா எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் டயரியா போயிட்டே இருக்குது. அப்போ நேரடியாக அந்த சம்மந்தப்பட்ட மருத்துவர்கிட்ட தொலைபேசியில் பேசினப்போ அவர் சொன்னார், இது ஒரு புதிய நோய், இது உலகத்திலே இந்த மாதிரி குழந்தைகள் வந்து வெறும் 60 பேர் தான் இருக்காங்க, நாங்கள் முயற்சி பண்ணுறோம், இதற்கான மருத்துவம் தீர்வு கிடையாது, ஆனால் முயற்சி செய்கிறோம் என்ற நிலைக்கு நாம் தள்ளப்பட்டிருக்கிறோம் என்பதை யாரும் மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. அப்படிப்பட்ட மிக மிக முக்கியமான சூழலில்தான் இன்றைக்கு இந்த தேசிய அளவிலான சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் கால்நடை மன்றத்தினை நீங்கள் தொடங்கியிருக்கிறீர்கள். ஒரு அறிவார்ந்த சமுதாயத்தை சார்ந்த நீங்கள் இன்னும் பல இடங்களில் பல இந்தியா முழுவதும் எடுத்து செல்கின்ற பொழுது இந்த இயற்கைக்கான தீர்வு கிடைக்கும் என்பதை தெரிவித்து, குறிப்பாக இன்றைக்கு பிளாஸ்டிக் பயன்பாடு அதிகமாக இருக்கிறது. எங்கு பார்த்தால் அதனையும் நாம் கட்டுப்படுத்த வேண்டிய நிலையில் இருக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் 23/12/2021 அன்று சென்னை கலைவாணர் அரங்கில் மீண்டும் மஞ்சப்பை என்கின்ற ஒரு திட்டத்தை தொடங்கி வைத்து அதில் பேசுகின்ற பொழுது, மஞ்சப்பை பயன்படுத்தினா அது அவமானத்தின் சின்னம் என்று நிறைய பேர் பயன்படுத்திருக்கிறோம். தலைவர் சொல்கிறார், யாரெல்லாம் மஞ்சப்பையை துணிப்பையை பயன்படுத்துகிறோமோ அவர்கள் சமூகத்தை, அதாவது சுற்றுச்சூழலை பாதுகாப்பவரின் அடையாளம் என்று சொல்கிறார். ஆகவே அதனை நாம் மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும். எந்த இடத்துல நான் பிளாஸ்டிக்கை பார்த்தாலும் கடுமையாக கோபம் வந்துடும். இப்போவும் ஒரு மெமண்டோ கொடுத்தாங்க, அதில் கவர் பண்ணுறப்போ பிளாஸ்டிக் இருந்தது, போச்சு அப்படின்ட்டு ரொம்ப வேதனையாக போச்சு. ஆனால் ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துலையும் நான் முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் தவிர்க்கணும். என்னுடைய துறை மூலமாக அரசு அலுவலகங்களில் எல்லா இடங்கள்லையும் பிளாஸ்டிக்கை நான் பயன்படுத்துகிறதே கிடையாது, எங்கே இருந்தாலும் பயன்படுத்தாதீங்கன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கேன். அதிலே அந்த ஒரு ஆட்டோ ஓட்டுற அவர் சொல்கிறார், ஒரு அருமையான சமூக நீதி பார்வையில் அவர் சொல்கிறார், சுற்றுச்சூழலை பாதுகாக்கிறது, அதாவது குப்பைகளை எரிக்காதீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறார். அருமையான கருத்து. எங்கே இருந்து அந்த வீடியோ கொடுத்தாங்கன்னு அவங்கள நான் வணங்குறேன், வாழ்த்துறேன். காரணம் என்னென்னா, பிளாஸ்டிக் எரிக்கிறப்போ டயாக்சின் என்கின்ற வேதிப்பொருள் பல ஆயிரம் கிலோமீட்டர் கடந்து போகக்கூடியது. அது அழிகிறதுக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட பல ஆயிரம் ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும் என்று சொல்கிறார்கள். புற்றுநோய் போன்ற கொடிய நோய்கள் வரக்கூடியது என்பதை இன்றைக்கு உணர்த்துகிறது. அதை ராணிப்பேட்டை மாவட்ட ஆட்சித்தலைவர் அவர்கள் ஒரே நாளில் 187 டன் பிளாஸ்டிக்கை கலெக்ட் பண்ணி ஒரு வழியில் காரில் போயிட்டுருக்காரு. அவர் மாவட்ட ஆட்சித்தலைவர் இறங்கி பார்த்தா பிளாஸ்டிக் எரிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இளைஞர்களை கூப்பிட்டு பிளாஸ்டிக்கை எரிக்காதீங்கன்னு ஒரு வீடியோ போட்டார். எல்லா இடங்களும் போச்சு. அதனால் இங்கே வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற இந்த அமைப்பு, நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை தினந்தோறும் ஒரு வீடியோ வந்து கொண்டே இருக்கணும். இயற்கையை பாதுகாக்கிறதுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய, என்னை விட மிக அறிவில் சிறந்த, சுற்றுச்சூழலை பாதுகாத்த மிகச்சிறந்த அறிஞர்கள் எதிரிலே மேடையிலும் அறிந்திருக்கிறீர்கள். ஆனால் நாம் பிரச்சாரத்தை அதிகப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் என்னுடைய இலக்கு. குறிப்பாக தொலைக்காட்சி, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்திற்கு கூட அந்த கருத்துக்களையும் நான் அவரிடத்தில் எடுத்து வைத்திருக்கிறேன் என்பதை தெரிவித்துக்கொண்டு, நமக்கு மட்டுமல்ல நம் அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கான இயற்கையை பாதுகாக்க வேண்டிய கடமை நமக்கு இருக்கிறது. அது மட்டுமல்ல, நம்மை சுற்றி இருக்கின்ற உயிரினங்களையும் பாதுகாக்க வேண்டிய கடமை நமக்கு இருக்கிறது. அந்த அரும்பணியை இந்த
மீண்டும் மஞ்சப்பை விழிப்புணர்வு இயக்கம் கேம்பெயின், which means
பல்கலைக்கழகங்கள், கல்லூரிகள், பள்ளிகள் அளவிலே இது பாடங்களாக கொண்டு சென்று இன்றைக்கு எங்கு பார்த்தாலும் அதிகமாக பொறியாளர்கள் இது சுற்றுச்சூழல் படித்து அதிலே பட்டம் பெறுவதில் மிகப்பெரிய ஆர்வம் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அந்த ஆர்வத்தினுடைய தொடக்கம்தான் தேசிய அளவிலான இந்த சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான மன்றம் அதை தொடங்கி இருக்கின்ற இந்த அமைப்பிற்கும்
plastic bags are
அருமை
now
நண்பர்
once again in
கோகுல் உள்ளிட்ட
circulation.
அனைவருக்கும்
In
எனது
December, the
நெஞ்சார்ந்த
state
நன்றி கூறி
government
விடைபெறுகிறேன்.
launched the
நன்றி,
மீண்டும்
வணக்கம்.
மஞ்சப்பை விழிப்புணர்வு இயக்கம் campaign, which means Back to Yellow Cloth Bags Awareness to combat
ஐயா,
single-use plastics.
உங்களுடைய இந்த
A
பேச்சு
மஞ்சப்பை is a yellow
எங்களை
cloth
அனைவரையுமே ஒரு பெரிய
Before plastic
உத்வேகத்தையும்
bags became
நிச்சயமாக
common,
இன்று
these
உருவாக்கப்பட்ட
cloth bags were used
இந்த
by
நேஷனல் ஃபோரம்
generations of shoppers.
உங்களுடைய தலைமையிலும்
The
உங்களுடைய
original
ஆட்சி
Manjapai
மன்றம்
was
தலைமையிலும்
dipped in turmeric,
வெவ்வேறு
which is
ப்ராஜெக்டில் உருவாக்கி
disinfectant,
நம்
and
தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கும்
used
நம்
on
இந்தியாவுக்கும்
auspicious
பெருமையாக
occasions.
சமர்ப்பிப்போம்.
Rather than
It's very
merely
important that
deleting the
the
scheme,
honorable
the
minister
government has
said
decided
the
to
awareness
involve the public
creations
and
for this
make it
environment
a
climate is very
people's
important.
movement.
Definitely, I think we
Officer
cannot
Supriya
stop
Sahu,
our
who is
own
the
industry
additional
revolutions
Chief
or
Secretary
our
for
own
Environment,
the
Climate
usage of
Shoppers.
many
Back to you.
particles like
In
usage of
December,
more than 2
in
cars, 2 AC,
2019,
2
the Tamil Nadu
refrigerator.
government
At least
had
let us
banned
take a
them.
pledge of
But
initiating an
plastic
awareness.
bags are now
The awareness
once
can be a
again
word
in
of mouth.
circulation.
And
In
I think
December,
definitely
the state
engineers, we are
government
all engineers,
launched the
we
Meendum
want to
Manjapai
create a revolutionary
Vilippunarvu
change in the
Iyakkam
industry.
campaign,
But
which means
the same
Back to
engineers
Yellow Cloth
want to
Bags
create or
Awareness
something to
combat
solve the problem
single-use
what really we are
plastics.
facing. And
A
we will do
Manjapai
it.
is a
We
yellow
assure
cloth
that
bag.
we will bring
Before
back a new
plastic
change
bags
in
became
all the
common,
technology,
these
and
cloth
we will
bags
bring
were
up
used
the
by
reductions of the
generations
carbon
of
credit
shoppers.
policy, and we
The
will make
original Manjapai
number one
was
state
dipped
of
in
our
turmeric,
Tamil Nadu
which is a
will be a
disinfectant, and
model
used
for
on
entire world
auspicious
as well as
occasions.
for entire country
Rather than
with your
merely
own
introducing
revolutionary
the
part, sir.
scheme,
Thank
the
you so much,
government
sir.
has decided
Thank you
to
once again.
involve the public and make it a
அருமையாக
people's
சொன்னார்கள்.
movement.
நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜெனரேஷன் நாம் பெற்ற
IAS
கடத்தை
Officer Supriya Sahu,
நாம்
who is
அடுத்த
the
சமுதாயத்துக்கு
additional
கொடுக்க
Chief
வேண்டும் என்று
Secretary for
இந்த
Environment,
உலகம்
Climate
நமக்கு
Change
மட்டும்தான்,
and Forests,
இந்த உலகத்தை
was the
தவிர
one
நம்
who
மற்ற
came
உலகம்
up with the
கிடையாது.
idea of
ஸோ நம்
reintroducing
உலகத்தை
the
நாம்
Manjapai.
மதித்து
Something is a
போற்றி
part of
இந்த
culture
கிளைமேட்டிக்
and
சேஞ்சை
heritage
நாம்
when people are able to relate to it.
பார்ப்போம்.
And that
So
is when
we have come to the
idea
conclusion.
of,
Before we initiate, our
Meendum
honorable
Manjapai,
minister has
which is
said in
once
the
again
the assembly
yellow bag.
one word
We will
which is
not
already written in that.
give it to
Every
different
tree, I
kind
think
of
it is
avatar,
contributing
which is
20
also
kg of
very
oxygen
trendy.
and taking up 20 kg of
I think
carbon
that is
dioxide in
something
every
again,
minute. So we cannot able to plant a tree. At least we can initiate a small initiation, which the Neyveli
Orders to
Lignite
the
Corporation,
units making
the
cloth
center,
Manjapai
has
moved
brought a
in
small
manufacturing
seed.
is an opportunity.
I think seed we can take it up and throw
People
wherever you
began
go.
2014
Definitely
film
the
based
Mother
on
Earth has a
Rajkumar,
capacity to
Rajkiran
take it
and
its own,
Lakshmi Menon.
the green
With the
planet.
Manjapai
So I
campaign
would like
now
to invite
gathering pace with its
Mr. Senthil
real
Kumar
such
to
stereotypes.
hand over a small
With the
seed,
Manjapai
and he is
campaign
also
now
General
gathering pace
Manager
with
from
its
Environment
stereotypes.
Forum of Neyveli
With the
Lignite
Manjapai
Corporation
campaign now
and
gathering pace
Honorary
with its
Secretary for the
reintroduction.
Neyveli Lignite Corporation. போங்க போங்க and opening this national forum. Avoid all the problems what we are facing across India, and there's a I would like to take this opportunity in thanking our honorable, like the Kannan sir, who is a
Governments of India and role of industries towards nation building. May I request our speaker, Dr. S.K. Kanmani, to kindly come up on the stage. Yes. Please, our speaker. Ma'am, please. I would request our immediate past president, Mr. Narendra Singh, to welcome our speaker by presenting a flower bouquet. May I now request our immediate past president, Mr. Narendra Singh, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
रिक्वेस्ट करने की शॉर्ट करेंगे एजीएम होनी है डॉक्टर एसके कानमानी प्रोफेसर सेंट्रल इंजीनियरिंग स्टडीज डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ सिविल इंजीनियरिंग अन्ना यूनिवर्सिटी past president, my council colleague, corporate members, distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all on the occasion of 8th K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture instituted in the memory of Kunnu Lakshmana Rao, a dedicated civil engineer by profession who was associated with number of important technical assignment and served the government of India in various capacities and past president of Institution of Engineers. Today we have with us Professor Dr. S. Kanmani to deliver the 8th KL Memorial Lecture during the auspicious occasion of Engineering Congress. I now request Major General MJS Shyaliji, Secretary and Director General, Institution of Engineers, to formally present a background of the memorial lecture and also introduce our distinguished guests.
Rao was born on July 15, 1902. After passing his intermediate examination in science from the University of Madras, he took the B degree in civil engineering with honors from the College of Engineering, Guindy in 1925. His first appointment was assistant engineer in the Visakhapatnam District Board in 1926. He subsequently worked in the College of Engineering, Rangoon and Guindy, and later in the Kaveri Metro project. During his period, he also qualified for the MSc Engineering degree of the University of Madras by research, being the first recipient of a research degree in engineering from that university. In 1939, he proceeded to England to specialize in the reinforced concrete and obtained his PhD degree from the University of Birmingham. Between 1943 and 45, he was employed as a senior lecturer in Loughborough Engineering College, England. On his return to India in 1946, he was appointed by the Madras government as design engineer in Ramapada Sagar project, and in 1951 joined the Central Water and Power Commission at New Delhi as Director Dams. In 1954, he became Chief Engineer Planning and Design and then became a member Designs and Research in the same commission. During these later years, Dr. Rao was closely associated with major dam projects in the country, notably Lower Bhavani, Tungabhadra, Hirakud, Malampuza, Kosi and Untaru, and with flood control on the Brahmaputra River at Dibrugarh. His personal contribution to these projects are acknowledged as outstanding. Dr. Rao is the author of well-known standard work, Calculation, Designs and Testing of Reinforced Concrete, published by Sir Isaac Pitman and Sons. His contributions to technical journals are numerous. Dr. Rao joined the institution as a member in 1947 and became its president for 2 sessions, that is 1958 to 1960. He was also a minister of the Government of India. I will now introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. S. Kanmani, who is a professor and director, Center for Environmental Studies, Department of Civil Engineering, Anna University, Chennai. And she has also taken on the additional responsibility of Director Center of Environmental Studies, Anna University, Director Center for Technology Development and Transfer, Anna University, Deputy Director Center for Technology Development and Transfer. And her qualifications are PhD in Environmental Engineering from College of Engineering, Guindy, ME in Environmental Engineering, and BE Civil in all from College of Engineering, Guindy. And she has a teaching and research experience
of 32 awards and administrative experience of 10 years. She has been given numerous awards, starting from Tamil Nadu Scientist Award in 2016, eminent engineering in the field of environmental engineering from our Institution of Engineers, and Dr. C.R. Krishnamurthy Endowment 2017, and several other awards. She also has 2 patents awarded and 2 published. May I now request Dr. S. Kanmani to kindly deliver the lecture.
Good afternoon. It's a great honor to be here to deliver this memorial address. The topic that I wanted to talk in 10 minutes, the given time to me, it is major environment concerns of India and role of industries towards nation building. Just now, Tamil Nadu chapter inaugurated Environment and Climate Change Forum after 100 years. Center for Environment Studies, we were the pioneers. We started our environment services to the environment education, environment research, and environment protection since 1955 onwards. We were the first in the country. So such a rich heritage, that is what making me to stand in front of you. In the past 5 years, almost 444 projects, environment projects, we have completed. It's nearly 50% for the government sector, 50% for the industry sector. We have contributed towards so much in terms of industry pollution prevention and pollution control. In addition, we are also focusing towards solid and hazardous waste management. Of course, we are also working with all the corporations, municipalities and town panchayats, almost more than 150 numbers, supporting them in all technical aspects as far as the environment protection is concerned, that we are working with that. So what are the challenges as far as the industries are concerned? This was already mentioned, like in the 4.6 billion years of the planet age, if you put it to a geological time scale of 24 hours, for only 48 seconds, human appeared. And modern human appeared only 4 seconds. It means whatever had happened, the environment degradation, it took place after industrialization, that too especially in the last few decades. Because every decade contributed 1 billion. It means that environment is having got its own carrying capacity and the resources are limited. Water resource and all other resource in the planet, it is limited. And with that we need to meet the requirements, demands of the domestic communities, of the industries and other sectors. So what really had happened? It is in this decade, what we are talking about, it's shifting from water pollution, air pollution and solid waste. The problem started with local level and then to the state level and then to the regional level and then to the global level. And climate change today, it is irreversible. Adaptation to climate change is the need of the hour and it is to be slowed down. With that only, Tamil Nadu government had taken the pioneers. The pioneers, we are very proud, the Tamil Nadu state, we are the pioneers in inaugurating the green climate company. So the Green Climate Company was inaugurated 8th and 9th December last week by the Chief Minister and the Environment Secretary and Environment Minister. Rupees 500 crores have been allotted okay, to the mission to protect it, and in which our university, we are very proud that we have started also climate change research. At first, 13 years back in our institution, we have set up the center also dedicated to carry out the climate change research, and the studio, it is functioning. Now with this mission, the Tamil Nadu government is also providing financial support for the mission. So as industry is also like, this is the platform, what is the need for that? Industries need to come together with academia in order to take up the indigenous technologies or modification of the existing technologies or any innovative technologies that are needed. With the support of the government, it is to be promoted. So industries, academia and the government, all three, we need to work together. That is what we are doing in the past 30 years, trying to do our best. But it's not adequate now, because the intensity of pollution, it is so much. There is like so many people need to come forward and to work. The first challenge with respect to industry is minimize the consumption of all. It is not pollution control today. Environment engineers' duty alone not sufficient. Resources limited. Whatever the water that's needed for manufacturing, energy needed for manufacturing, raw materials, auxiliary chemicals needed for manufacturing, manpower, everything to be optimized. And at the end of the optimization, still you can't produce a product, keep it in the market with zero emission, with zero liquid waste. It's impossible, with zero solid and hazardous waste. But the first step is pollution prevention. And then comes the pollution control. After minimizing the generation of the waste in terms of liquid waste, in terms of solid waste, in terms of air emissions, we are putting the pollution control technologies. As I made a mention, the water resource is so limited. 97.5% only in the ocean. Remaining 2.5%, where is it? That is the fresh water. But you convert it to 100%, again 70% in groundwater. Withdrawing the groundwater also energy intensive. Today groundwater is also polluted. And the remaining 30%, if you take only 0.3% only surface water. And that's the reason why, if you talk about it, 90% and above of our surface water resource in India are polluted. And the groundwater, more than 50-60% it is polluted, right? And so also uneven distribution. That is what happening. 80% of the global population consuming 20% of the resources of the planet, and vice versa. It is with respect to water resource, with respect to the other resource, this imbalance is also there. And almost India is like sharing 17% of the world population, but only the 5% of the water resource. If we take 9 people, 1 people, okay, don't have the access to clean water. And if you take 3 people, 1 people don't have access to the sanitation, but water demand, it's increasing day by day. There are water quality standards very stringent with respect to number of parameters, physical, chemical, bacteriological. It is also including number of toxic pollutants. So it's a challenge for the environment engineer to supply or to meet this quality for the drinking and domestic purpose. All highly polluting industry sectors, if you talk about it, they need to focus so much with respect to environment protection in terms of water pollution prevention and control, land pollution prevention and control, and air pollution prevention and control. We have done lot of works for all these very high 17 polluted industries, which are designated as red category industries by the Pollution Control Board. Okay, so then these industries, 60 are there in red category, 83 are there in orange, and 63 are green, and 36 are in white. every unit water, every kg of the product a industry is manufacturing, they need to bring it down. 200 liter or to 400 liter water was consumed to manufacture 1 kg of the fabric in the textile industry. Now it is brought down to 40 liter per kg. This was possible only with the implementation of all green technologies. And that is what the focus is. If we talk about the lifeline, 2,525 kilometer of Ganga river, water quality earlier was shifted. It is the holy water from class A quality to class B to class C to class D, which is like now fit for carrying the sewage and domestic sewage and industrial sewage, different stretches when it is passing through all the states, it's getting discharged. So what is the way? The way is like, similarly it's also with respect to the other sectors. What is that solution? We are talking about sustainable development solution. Most of the sustainable development goals, most of the goals talk about environment protection. Talk about clean water and sanitation 6, or this number 12, responsible consumption and production. That is what very much applicable for industries today, because they need to implement, you need to implement cleaner production, waste minimization, pollution prevention, source reduction. Only if you do the environment engineers could function. What is the meaning of that? Any modification you do with respect to the manufacturing process, equipment design change, or raw material consumption, or replace toxic materials with less toxic materials, or in the manufacturing itself implement recovery, reuse and recycle. All these schemes need to function. That's the reason. So it is now proactive approach. And now, because as the time it is short, without that slide, I just will conclude. What I wanted to tell to you in this August gathering is, this is with respect to water pollution control. Once the industries optimize, the water consumption, they come out with the wastewater. But there are treatment systems available. Effluent treatment plants are there. Sewage treatment plants are there. The challenge today is for everyone putting up sustainable environment technologies. As our Vice Chancellor mentioned, all the time we do the phase transfer. Water pollution problem, we convert it to solid waste problem or air pollution problem. But what is needed is environment sustainable cleaner technologies. That is also our center very keen to focus to that. Once the technologies are developed to the pilot scale, it is developed at the lab scale, only the industry need to come forward to take it to the pilot scale, then only it becomes a full-scale plant. This is with respect to water pollution control. With respect to solid waste, what is that? It's nothing but plastics. This just now, Tamil Nadu is the pioneer again, introducing the scheme, Mindu Manjapai. It is, you need to again put back the practice of using the yellow bag when we go to the shops, etc. Bio-mining, Tamil Nadu is, we are very, very proud. Bio-mining for all corporations, municipalities, town panchayats, it's becoming the reality. There is no place to dispose the waste, the solid waste which we are generating every day now. Solid waste generation increased from 0.1 kg, less than that per person per day, to today 0.5 kg per person per day. It's getting increased to 0.8 kg. Where is the place to dispose or to dump or waste? All the legacy waste that are there in the 20 years, 30 years at all corporations. In Chennai, metropolitan city, there are like 35 lakh meter cube solid waste there in Perungudi. 70 lakh meter cube solid waste there in Perungudi and Kodungayur. We are very proud. Tamil Nadu has taken up the biomining of that. Greater Chennai Corporation, with our technical assistance, they are doing the biomining, which is like the project to be completed in 3 years, and almost 60% of the biomining, it is completed. Only you get 3 things. One is the RDF, that is the plastics. It is supposed to go to the cement industry. The other one is the bio-earth, which is having got some contaminants like heavy metals greater than the permissible limit. But we are also coming out with the research solution how to minimize, so that it's taken back to the soil. That is, it is supposed to go back to the soil for sustainable agriculture. We are also conducting a program. Other things are like reuse. coarse soil or like anything which is like, so segregation it's happening and then we are trying to convert it. So the challenge is there. As a person, it starts from us. The rules are today not only for corporations or municipalities, etc. The rules are for starting from every person. Segregation, as it is indicated, plastics, that is what very, very difficult for us to handle at the dump site. In fact, we are working with the dump site. Sunday morning 6 a.m., Chief Secretary visiting and the Cabinet Ministers visiting. We are there at 5 a.m., 4:30, 4 o'clock we are going. That is the Sunday holiday, special for us. And that is what, plastics is the one, even when they do the biomining also, yeah, thank you. When they do the mining also, all the workers' health affected. It is converted to macroplastics to microplastics to nanoplastics to inhalation. Inhalation, and we are concerned about environment, health and safety of all the people. Not only people living in and around there, but also the people who are working there. So please, I request all, we are like ready to collaborate or associate with anyone as far as environment protection and care is concerned. And as I mentioned, we are the pioneers, and we are very proud. In Anna University, Center for Environment Studies was established, the first in the country, and so we are contributing to this. So this is our website. You can contact us, and so we could able to help you. Thank you so much for the opportunity given. I'm extremely sorry, sir, if I've exceeded the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanmani. For paucity of time, we would have loved to hear you more. May I now request our immediate past President, Engineer Narendra Singh Ji, to felicitate our speaker by presenting a shawl and a plaque. A round of applause, please. Secretary and Director General to present the vote of thanks.
Dr. Narendra Singh, immediate past President IEI, Professor Dr. S. Kanmani, Professor and Director Center for Environmental Studies, Department of Civil Engineering, Anna University, distinguished past presidents, delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. S. Kanmani, who has delivered the lecture on these major environmental concerns. And the speaker explained different aspects of the world's, how the population is bursting, what is the roadmap of industrialization, what is the flow chart of manufacturing processes, and how all inputs to this manufacturing process needs to be optimized. And she told us how, the fresh water is only just 2.5% of the total water, and most of it is in the ground or in the mountains. And therefore, there is a lot of imbalance also between consumption of water in the developed and developing economies. And she covered the world's top 10 polluting industries and how environmental management needs to be done. And lastly, she told us about how SDGs 6 and 12, which we have to achieve by 2030, India is committed to achieve SDGs 6 and 12. So thank you so very much. And all the engineers present here, thank her for delivering, sharing with her perspectives and providing newer insights into the nuances of this topic. On behalf of all present here, I would like to express our gratitude for accepting our invite at a short notice and making yourself available for delivering this 8th Dr. K.L. Rao Memorial Lecture. I would request all of you to join me in offering a very big round of applause to Dr. S. Kanmani. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. स्टेज सेट करो.
छोटे भाई वो टोपी ले आया जो मैं उसे
Excuse me, all the corporate members are hereby requested to kindly get yourself registered in the attendance register book right in front of the entrance of the hall for entering into the annual general meeting, please. Thank you. The AGM is going to be started sharp from 13:30 hours today. Thank you.
Annual general meeting of the institution.
This notice is dated 1st November 2022, addressed to all corporate members of II. The 103rd Annual General Meeting of the Institution of Engineers India will be held at Hotel Lee Royal Meridian, Chennai, 1 GST Road, St. Thomas Mount, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India 600016 on 18 December 2022 at 13:30 hours. Agenda. First, to confirm the minutes of the 102nd Annual General Meeting held on 27 December 2021 at New Delhi, already circulated in March 2022 issue of II News, Volume 28, Number 12. Secondly, to receive the annual report of the Council and the audited accounts of the II for the year ended on 31st March 2022. Thirdly, to receive the report of the Council on election of the President and also the composition of the II Council for the session 2022-2023. And lastly, fourthly and lastly, to appoint the auditors for the year 2022-23 and to fix their remuneration. Signed by Major General M.J.S. Syali, VSM retired, Secretary and Director General.
Now I take up the agenda. Item number 1, confirmation of minutes of the 102nd AGM held on 27th of December 2021 at New Delhi. The minutes of the 102nd Annual General Meeting held on 27th December 2021 at New Delhi have been circulated in the March 2022 issue of II News, Volume 28, Number 12, and again in November 2022 issue of II News, Volume 29, Number 8. Can the minutes be confirmed? Next item, that is item number 2 on the agenda, to receive the annual report of the Council for the year 2021-22. Under provision of Bylaw 24, the annual report has been drawn up on the state of the institution for the year 2021-22 to be presented at this annual general meeting. Please confirm whether the report may be received. Item number 2B, to receive the audited accounts of the institution for the year ended on 31st of March 2022. Please, sir. Please. Under provisions of Bylaw 23, the Council has caused the statement
President,
of funds of the institution.
Sir, all approvals, other corporate members should endorse, not a council, because the council members.
Thanks for guiding. Thanks for guiding. We'll record their names only. Although a corporate member or the council member may have proposed, we will write the names of only corporate members, not council members.
No, not only that. Please go a little slowly.
Yeah.
Let us have some at least half an hour general meeting.
Okay, we'll go slowly.
Before reading, if somebody says far, then going,
Lakshmana,
jumping.
please.
No, please.
Yeah.
No, listen to me, sir, please. Because there are some general body, people have come all along the way from different parts of the country to attend general body. At least you give them breathing space. So wait for some time, allow them to ask some questions in case if they have, then please take it up.
Shall I start now?
Yes. Give time for every item.
You say, then at that time I will start. And at that time I will conclude.
Yes. No, not like that. Why are you taking in that sense? I'm not understanding. Please. Please listen to me, sir.
I listen to you.
Yeah.
And therefore I am requesting you whether I should start or not.
The entire rights of general body is being snatched away very long back. In every local center, every state center, only 3 agendas are being framed by headquarters. But
Sir,
general
please
body.
discuss this in the council. Please sit down.
No, I
Under
am-
provisions of bylaw
One
23,
second,
the council
Mr.
has
President.
caused the
Mr.
statement of funds
President.
of the institution
Mr.
and
President.
of the income and expenditure
No,
during
this
the
is not
past
correct.
year,
This is not
terminating
correct. I
31st
am
of
also
March
count-
2022.
I am also a
Duly
member of the
verified and signed by the
Institution of
auditors and
Engineers.
presented at this annual general meeting.
This is, no,
Please
this
confirm
is
whether the accounts
maneuvering
may
the
be
things.
received.
This is not correct.
Item number 3A, to receive the report of the council on election of the president and composition of the council for the session 2022-23. I have great pleasure in announcing that the council of the institution has duly elected Mr. Chinmay Devnath, FI, as the president for the session 2022-23 as per the provisions under bylaw 5.
So I would like to invite Dr. Ilango, who is also a council member and Kanchipuram Local Center Chairman, on the dais, please. So it's been a 3 days event. We have initiated on 16th December and we are on 18th December 2022 right now. This seminar involved with various technical session. So the technical session starts on 16th December in the forenoon session. After it is like been there for almost past 2 days. So till yesterday we had completed the technical sessions 4 in all the areas of the discipline. So to narrate more about the technical session, I would like to invite Dr. Ranganath to give about an overall view, and Dr. Ilango will be giving about the statistics about this session and also the recommendations which is provided by each committee chairman and co-chairman for this seminar. It's over to Ranganath, sir.
Dear past presidents, council colleagues, and corporate members of this Institute of Engineers, I am so happy to extend my evening greetings to all of you. Good evening to all of you. And as you know, from past 3 days, all the activities are going on in a systematic manner. Apart from these technical sessions of all the 4 technical sessions, which covered almost all divisions of 15 divisions, there was a lot of memorable lecturers and visionary talks by eminent personalities. And even today there was an open forum from Tamil Nadu State Center. And first I want to congratulate all the budding engineer personalities and research scholars, those who present their papers or new findings in the technical sessions of all the 4 sessions. And eminent personalities has taken by as a chairman and co-chairman for all the 4 sessions. And they have taken presentation in a very well manner. And a consult of that report is going to be given by my colleague, Dr. Ilango, who was also part and parcel of the technical session there. And as you know, we invited eminent personalities in the different domains throughout the country for all these memorable lecturers and visionary talks. And all the audience, they have enjoyed, they have given the applause in a bigger way. Apart from even our 2 ministers from the state government, they visited this fora and they given their talk in a different 2 domains, where every member was felt very happy. With this, let me invite Ilango to give consolidated report of technical sessions for all the 4 technical sessions and whatever the new outcome they are given for the vote. Over to Ilango.
It's very good afternoon, one all present here. So I think now we are comes under conclusion sessions. So under my chairmanship, I conducted this technical seminar for past 2 days. The afternoon we are conducted. The hall 1 and 2 is just behind this hall, and 3rd and 4th, it is located in the 4th floor. In this particular domain, so actually the other co-chair will be acting our respected council members. In these things, I thank council member and ETDB chairman, Professor Dr. Girish, and then production chairman, that is the production department chairman, Dr. Satyanarayana sir. The another council member, mechanical Dr. Rangareddy sir. For electrical, with the help of our council member, Professor Dr. Dharmalingam sir. So we are part of these things. So actually, we have received more than 200 papers. Our Congress theme will be the role of engineers for sustainable and self-reliant India. So this is a common topic. Theme we are announced 1 year back. In Anna University Vice Chancellor Dr. Velraj is the technical committee chairman. So under his leadership, we are scrutinizing the papers in various domains. Out of more than 200 papers, we have selected 192. In this 192, past 2 days, they have presented 147 papers. Our council members, they are heading the various domain area. Out of this, for civil engineering, 31 papers presented. In mechanical engineering, 10 papers presented. Computer programming and environmental, each 6 papers published. In electrical division, 4 papers. Chemical engineering, 4 papers. Agriculture, mining, the other domain, they are presented 1 or 2 papers. So I thank all the paper presenter because across the country, they are coming to our Congress. They are present a paper well mannered under given stipulated time. Very fruitful informations they are shared. Almost more than 80% of the papers they are coincidence with and fulfill the latest present technology, especially our theme will be fulfilled. Very few things I highlighted because time bounded, I am not able to explain the entire things. Especially, if you take it as consider civil engineering side, the modern technology trend, the materials, because past 2 days we are focusing on environmental and how to reduce the carbon dioxide emission. So these things we are focused. That to our team also. So how to reduce the usage of cement? What is the other alternate materials available for using this sand? Because nowadays they took enormous amount of sand, so the groundwater depletions will be there. It leads the groundwater pollutions. So some papers that touch upon this particular session. Even the mechanical side, they are concentrating about industrial 4.0. How to increase the productions, because that leads, it will uplift the country economy also. So they are concentrating that latest technology without affecting the nature, that is environment, how to produce these things. In computer and electronic side, they touch upon the latest satellite communications, and then the IoT based one. Even nowadays, in agriculture side, it's a very wonderful paper. That is how to use the IoT technology. in future, the farmer no need to go to the field. Even if having more than hundreds of acres, he can cultivate from house itself. How they are monitoring the moisture with the sensor, how they are control the motor through mobile phone. So this type of things will be, we are discussed yesterday. Even the chemical divisions, they are submitted 4 papers because everybody think that the chemical industries are chemistry. So the related things will be, they are highly polluted in the environment because a lot of hazardous material will be they are produced. So how to control this type of hazardous pollutions, especially the radioactive elements like nuclear power plants and other things. So these things also you touch upon. So finally what I have concluded is, I highlighted very few papers only. So even I go through the more than 60, 70 papers. So this is the very few glimpses of the paper presented in this our Congress. I hope the presenter, they are fulfill our goal. That is our role. That is the role of engineers for sustainable self-reliance in India. Maybe in these themes, these results will be, maybe it will be reflected in another couple of years. If it is implemented, so definitely I think it fulfill our Congress theme. In these occasions, once again, I thank the Technical Committee Chairman, Professor Dr. Velraj, Vice Chancellor, Anna University, and also past 2 days we are acting our council members, Dr. Dharmalingam sir, Rangareddy sir, and Satyanarayana sir, and then our Vice President, that is past Vice President, Devnath sir also, they are interacted very well. Most of the council member, they are enjoyed. So I thank all the council members, those who all are in present and then helping these things. So this is a theme we are achieved past 2 days. So in these things I conclude my speech. So thank you, Nandal here.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So once again, we thank the technical partner for this Congress seminar, Anna University, along with their Vice Chancellor, who was the chairman, also the convener, Dr. Pandya, and also we put our gratitude to our past president, Engineer Ramadas, because he was the complete coordination with the technical committee team as well as with our IEA team to make this Congress a grand success. So with that, we come to the with that we are coming to the concluding session of this Congress seminar. So we thank all the authors, the participations who have given for the last 3 days. Also, I think as he said, 160 paper we have received, almost 90 paper was presented. So definitely I think the outcome of each session will be like submitted, whatever given by the chair and co-chair. So once again, we thank from Institution of Engineering, Tamil Nadu State Center for completing this Congress seminar in the 37th Indian Engineering Congress. Thank you so much.
எனக்கு 2 பொண்ணு பையன் கிடையாது, 2 பொண்ணு. அதை கட்டி கொடுத்தோம், வேறு வழி கிடையாதுங்க. ஆனந்த இல்லத்தில் வந்து சேர்ந்தேன், ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கேன், எல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்குது, நல்லா சாப்பாடெலாம் நல்ல வசதி பண்ணி தராங்க. ஆனந்த இல்லத்தில் ஆனந்தமாக இருக்கும்.
எங்களை ரொம்ப நல்லா பார்த்துக்கிறாங்க, சந்தோஷமாக வச்சுக்கிறாங்க. டாக்டர்கிட்ட கூப்பிட்டு போகிறாங்க, நர்ஸு இங்கேருந்து எங்களை கவனிக்கிறாங்க. பர்த்டேக்கு செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணுவார், நல்லா பார்த்துக்குவாங்க. எங்களை டூர் அழைச்சிட்டு போவாங்க, எல்லா ஊருக்கும் அழைச்சிட்டு போனாங்க. எங்களை கோயிலுக்கு அழைச்சிட்டு போவாங்க. வீட்டில் கூட நாங்கள் அந்த மாதிரி பசங்களோ சொந்தக்காரங்களோ எங்களை பார்த்துக்கவே கிடையாது. ஆனந்தத்தில் நாங்கள் ரொம்ப ஆனந்தமாக சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கிறோம். ஆனால் இந்த மாதிரி தமிழ்நாட்டில் நான் பார்த்த வரைக்கும் இந்த மாதிரி ஹோம் எங்கேயுமே கிடையாது.
இணைந்து செயல்படுவோம், இணைந்து முன்னேறுவோம்.
என் பையன் பேர் மித்ரன். 1 இயராக இவனுக்கு கிட்னி ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. நாங்கள் வந்து ப்ரைவேட்டாக போய் பார்த்துக்கிட்டோம் இவனுக்கு டயாலிசிஸ் பண்ணுறப்ப. ஆனால் என்னால் முடியல, காசு அதிகமாக செலவானதுனால கவர்மெண்ட்டில் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்குன்னு சொன்னாங்க. வந்தேன், என்எல்சிலேருந்து கட்டி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க பில்டிங் ஏசியோட. அவங்க நல்லா பண்ணுறாங்க, நல்லாவும் பார்த்துக்கிறாங்க. எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைடாக இருக்குது. அதனால் நாங்கள் இங்கே தான் பண்ணிக்கிறோம். என்எல்சிக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி.
TNSC India, harnessing energy, spreading smiles.
எங்களுடைய ஏரியா வந்து என்எல்சி நிர்வாகம் முழுமையாக தூர்வாரி அணையெல்லாம் சரிப்படுத்தி கொடுத்தாங்க. அதுக்கும் பிறகு தான் எங்கள் ஊரில் விவசாயிகள் வந்து 3 போகம் பயிர் வைக்கிறாங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து ஒரு போகத்துக்கே வந்து தண்ணி பற்றாக்குறையாக இருந்தது. இந்த ஏரியினுடைய மொத்த பரப்பளவு 100 ஏக்கரு. இதனால் பாசனம் பெற கும்மிடிமுலை விவசாய நிலங்கள் வந்து ஒரு 650 ஏக்கரு. இந்த 650 ஏக்கரும் 3 போகமும் பயிர் வைக்கிறாங்க. என்எல்சி நிறுவனத்துக்கு இந்த ஊர் மக்கள் சார்பாகவும் ஊராட்சியின் சார்பாகவும் பொதுமக்களின் சார்பாகவும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
TNSC India, harnessing energy, spreading smiles.
Energy. We started from converting high volumes of unsegregated waste to energy, and then moved to storage units, batteries, and
ஹாய் மச்சான், கிரக பிரசண்டா. எங்க வீடு ஓஎம்ஆர்ல ஃபிளாட்டா? என்னையா பாஸ் உனக்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷலா இன்கிரிமெண்ட் கொடுத்துருக்காரு போல.
இன்கிரிமெண்ட்லாம் இல்லை மச்சி, ஜஸ்ட் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ். ஃப்ளாட் இல்லை, இண்டிபெண்டன்ட் வில்லா, அதுவும் என்னோட ஓன் பிளாட்ல. சார்
Shocked? At G Square, you can build your dream villa in your own land and at a much lesser price than an OMR apartment.
Really?
Launching G Square Synergy. Villa plots at Perumbakam from 66 lakhs. 5 minutes from Sholinganallur Junction. 100 plus amenities. Call 89399 89393.
G Square, your plot, your home, your way.
People, planet, profit. The triple bottom line approach of NLCIL, Navratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature. Inspiring safety record. Strong balance sheet. World-class resource assets. Groundbreaking innovation. Steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL, creating wealth for the well-being.
Energy. We started from converting high volumes of unsegregated waste to energy, and then moved to storage units, batteries, and eventually self-propelling fuel cells, fueled by magnesium, sodium, and hydrogen. With waste management products in Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, and in India, we also work with fuel cells for mobility, both on the ground and in the air, and now in space applications. We have filed 7 patents in this product group. Water, the elixir of life. Water for human consumption is extremely critical, and while humanity has worked on sourcing water from land and rainfall, Entity One works in smart and efficient desalination projects that provide 92% more throughput and 74% output from modern and patented RO techniques that can process up to 300 million liters of water per day. While standard desalination plants struggle with ocean brine, we harvest it for minerals or energy, which can be stored in our batteries and used by industry. Projects in the Middle East, West Coast of the Americas, and South Asia give us the opportunity of providing millions of liters of potable water to these regions. However, our pet project is on the West Coast of India, where we are converting seawater to potable water for use in irrigation in land which did not have access to water earlier. We have filed 4 patents in this product group. Food. A natural forward extension of the work we do is cultivation of staple food. Given the desalination that we are doing across the globe, we work with governments to provide water for large tracts of land which have not been cultivated and use chemical dispersant technology to make arid land cultivable. We are working on 1 project in the Middle East and 1 on the West Coast of India. We have filed 1 patent in this product group. Data. Data is an important of today's life, and much more than we think it is. From the smallest bit of information to large transactions, everything needs data. We are working with India's leading space agency to build low-cost, low-weight satellites which can provide high-quality, high-speed data to customers in the country. With applications in artificial intelligence and machine learning internal to Ram Charan Entity One, we aim to be a competitive data supplier to this select market. We have filed 1 patent in this product group. Healthcare. Using intelligent engineering, we are working on precision delivery of drugs to the human body, using high-tech chemical technology for challenges such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, early-stage learning disabilities, and motor function challenges. We have filed 4 patents in this product group. With such disparate end applications, what binds us? What is our core competency, and what is our goal? With people across the world working in Ram Charan, Entity 1, with competencies in engineering, biotech, chemical specialties, what keeps us together is the capability of specialty engineering. Using engineering concepts that are driven by strong fundamentals, smart applications, and the most important factor, common sense, we aim to be a diverse specialty engineering company which provides solutions for challenges that humanity faces every day. A company which is made in India, but made for the world.
ஹாய்
மச்சான் கிரவ பிரசண்டா
எங்க வீடு
ஓஎம்ஆர்ல
ஓஎம்ஆர்ல ஃப்ளாட்டா என்னையா பாஸ் உனக்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷலாக இன்க்ரிமெண்ட் கொடுத்துருக்காரு போல.
இன்க்ரிமெண்ட்லாம் இல்லை மச்சி, ஜஸ்ட் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ். ஃப்ளாட் இல்லை, இண்டிபெண்ட் வில்லா, அதுவும் என்னோட ஓன் பிளாட்ல. சார்
Shocked? At G Square, you can build your dream villa in your own land and at a much lesser price than an OMR apartment.
Really?
Launching G Square Synergy. Villa plots at Permakam from 66 lakhs. 5 minutes from Sholinganallur Junction. 100 plus amenities. Call 89399 89393.
G Square, your plot, your home, your way.
எங்களுடைய ஏரியை வந்து என்எல்சி நிர்வாகம் முழுமையாக தூர்வாரி அணையெல்லாம் சரிப்படுத்தி கொடுத்தாங்க. அதுக்கும் பிறகு தான் எங்கள் ஊரில் விவசாயிகள் வந்து 3 போகம் பயிர் வைக்கிறாங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து ஒரு போகத்துக்கே வந்து தண்ணி பற்றாக்குறையாக இருந்தது. இந்த ஏரியினுடைய மொத்த பரப்பளவு 100 ஏக்கரு. இதனால் பாசனம் பெற கும்மிடிமுலை விவசாய நிலங்கள் வந்து ஒரு 650 ஏக்கரு. இந்த 650 ஏக்கரும் 3 போகமும் பயிர் வைக்கிறாங்க. என்எல்சி நிறுவனத்துக்கு இந்த ஊர் மக்கள் சார்பாகவும் ஊராட்சியின் சார்பாகவும் பொதுமக்களின் சார்பாகவும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
NLC India, harnessing energy, spreading smiles.
எனக்கு 2 பொண்ணு பையன் கிடையாது. 2 பொண்ணு அதை கட்டி கொடுத்தோம், வேறு வழி கிடையாதுங்க. ஆனந்த இல்லத்தில் வந்து சேர்ந்தேன். ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கேன், எல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்குது. நல்லா சாப்பாடெல்லாம் நல்ல வசதி பண்ணி தராங்க. ஆனந்த இல்லத்தில் ஆனந்தமாக இருக்கும்.
எங்களை ரொம்ப நல்லா பார்த்துக்கிறாங்க, சந்தோஷமாக வச்சுக்கிறாங்க. டாக்டர்கிட்ட கூப்பிட்டு போகிறாங்க, நர்ஸு இங்கேருந்து எங்களை கவனிக்கிறாங்க. பர்த்டே கேக்கு செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணுவார், நல்லா பார்த்துக்குவாங்க. எங்களை டூர் அழைச்சிட்டு போவாங்க, எல்லா ஊருக்கும் அழைச்சிட்டு போனாங்க. எங்களை கோயிலுக்கு அழைச்சிட்டு போவாங்க. வீட்டில் கூட நாங்கள் அந்த மாதிரி பசங்களோ சொந்தக்காரங்களோ எங்களை பார்த்துக்கவே கிடையாது. ஆனந்தத்தில் நாங்கள் ரொம்ப ஆனந்தமாக சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கிறோம். ஆனால் இந்த மாதிரி தமிழ்நாட்டில் நான் பார்த்த வரைக்கும் இந்த மாதிரி ஹோம் எங்கேயுமே கிடையாது.
இணைந்து செயல்படுவோம், இணைந்து முன்னேறுவோம்.
என் பையன் பேர் மித்ரன். 1 இயராக இவனுக்கு கிட்னி ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. நாங்கள் வந்து ப்ரைவேட்டாக போய் பார்த்துக்கிட்டோம் இவனுக்கு டயாலிசிஸ் பண்ணுறப்ப. ஆனால் என்னால் முடியல, காசு அதிகமாக செலவானதுனால கவர்மெண்ட்டில் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்குன்னு சொன்னாங்க. வந்தேன், என்எல்சிலேருந்து கட்டி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க பில்டிங் ஏசியோட. அவங்க நல்லா பண்ணுறாங்க, நல்லாவும் பார்த்துக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைடாக இருக்குது. அதனால் நாங்கள் இங்கே தான் பண்ணிக்கிறோம். என்எல்சிக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி.
NLC India, harnessing energy, spreading smiles.
Energy. We started from converting high volumes of unsegregated waste to energy, and then moved to storage units, batteries, and eventually self-propelling fuel cells, fueled by magnesium, sodium, and hydrogen. With waste management products in Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, and in India, we also work with fuel cells for mobility, both on the ground and in the air, and now in space applications. We have filed 7 patents in this product group. Water, the elixir of life. Water for human consumption is extremely critical, and while humanity has worked on sourcing water from land and rainfall, Entity 1 works in smart and efficient desalination projects that provide 92% more throughput and 74% output from modern and patented RO techniques that can process up to 300 million liters of water per day. While standard desalination plants struggle with ocean brine, we harvest it for minerals or energy, which can be stored in our batteries and used by industry. Projects in the Middle East, West Coast of the Americas, and South Asia give us the opportunity of providing millions of liters of potable water to these regions. However, our pet project is on the West Coast of India, where we are converting seawater to potable water for use in irrigation in land which did not have access to water earlier. We have filed 4 patents in this product group. Food. A natural forward extension of the work we do is cultivation of staple food. Given the desalination that we are doing across the globe, we work with governments to provide water for large tracts of land which have not been cultivated and use chemical dispersant technology to make arid land cultivable. We are working on one project in the Middle East and one on the west coast of India. We have filed one patent in this product group. Data. Data is an important of today's life, and much more than we think it is. From the smallest bit of information to large transactions, everything needs data. We are working with India's leading space agency to build low-cost, low-weight satellites which can provide high-quality, high-speed data to customers in the country. With applications in artificial intelligence and machine learning internal to Ram Charan Entity 1, we aim to be a competitive data supplier to this select market. We have filed one patent in this product group. Healthcare. Using intelligent engineering, we are working on precision delivery of drugs to the human body, using high-tech chemical technology for challenges such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, early-stage learning disabilities, and motor function challenges. We have filed 4 patents in this product group. With such disparate end applications, what binds us? What is our core competency, and what is our goal? With people across the world working in Ram Charan Entity 1, with competencies in engineering, biotech, chemical specialties, what keeps us together is the capability of specialty engineering. Using engineering concepts that are driven by strong fundamentals, smart applications, and the most important factor, common sense, we aim to be a diverse specialty engineering company which provides solutions for challenges that humanity faces every day. A company which is made in India, but made for the world.
ஹாய்
மச்சான் கிரக பிரசண்டா
எங்க வீடு
ஓஎம்ஆர்ல
ஓஎம்ஆர்ல ஃப்ளாட்டா என்னையா பாஸ் உனக்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷலாக இன்க்ரிமெண்ட் கொடுத்துருக்காரு போல.
இன்க்ரிமெண்ட்லாம் இல்லை மச்சி, ஜஸ்ட் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ். ஃப்ளாட் இல்லை, இண்டிபெண்ட் வில்லா, அதுவும் என்னோட ஓன் பிளாட்ல. சார்
Shocked? At G Square, you can build your dream villa in your own land and at a much lesser price than an OMR apartment.
Really?
Launching G Square Synergy. Villa plots at Permakam from 66 lakhs. 5 minutes from Sholinganallur Junction. 100 plus amenities. Call 89399 89393.
G Square, your plot, your home, your way.
People, planet, profit. The triple bottom line approach of NLCIL, Navratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature. Inspiring safety record. Strong balance sheet. World-class resource assets. Groundbreaking innovation. Steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL, creating wealth for the well-being.
Gentlemen, I cordially invite you all for the valedictory function of 37th Indian Engineering Congress, organized by the Institution of Engineers and hosted by Tamil Nadu State Center. We have been here for the past 3 days, right from 16th until today. We have been deeply and delightfully enjoying so many memorial lectures, visionary talks, women engineers meet, and other special congratulations to all the awardees under various categories. And also the Tamil Nadu State Center has inaugurated today the Environment Forum. And all these are the special occasions that we had for the past 3 days. So finally, we are here on the valedictory function, and I take privilege in welcoming the most important dignitaries without whom this event is not successful. I take privilege in welcoming our engineer Chinmay Debnath sir, who is the president of the Institution of Engineers, who is the most pillar of this entire event. I take privilege in next welcoming Dr. H.O. Thackeray sir, who is the immediate past president of IEI, Engineer Narendra Singh sir, past president of IEI, and our TM Gunaraja sir, who is the chairman of this entire 37th Engineering Congress. And also we take privilege in welcoming Mr. Ramdas sir, who is the organizing secretary. And we take pleasure in inviting Mr. S. Kannan, Chairman TSC, and Mr. K. N. Shivaraju, Honorary Secretary of Tamil Nadu State Center. So let's give a round of applause for all these dignitaries, because without them, this event would not be this much successful. Thank you all. It's time to felicitate the people who has made this wonderful Congress a successful one. Now we very humbly invite our engineer, TM Gunaraja sir, who is the chairman of this organizing committee, and we now humbly request him to felicitate our engineer Chinmay Debnath sir, who is the president of IEI. We once again request our engineer Dr. T.M. Gunaraja sir to felicitate Dr. H.O. Thackeray sir, who is the immediate past president of the Institution of Engineers India. Please let's give round of applause and show the complete cheerful moment at this juncture. I once again request Dr. T.M. Gunaraja sir to felicitate our past president, Engineer Narendra Singh sir, who is the past president of the Institution of Engineers India. Thank you, sir. I very humbly request Engineer Chinmay Debnath sir, who is the president of the Institution of Engineers India, to felicitate our Dr. T.M. Gunaraja sir. I would like to say a few words here in Tamil. சுடும் வரை நெருப்பு, சுற்றும் வரை பூமி, போராடும் வரை மனிதன். As long as we struggle, as long as we take lot of efforts, then we are very successful. And one successful person here is Dr. T.M. Gunaraja sir, who has been struggling to see the success of the Tamil Nadu State Center. We humbly request him to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, all of you. Respected President, Engineer Chinmay Debnath, immediate past President, Engineer H.O. Thackeray, past President, Engineer Narendra Singh, Chairman, Tamil Nadu State Center, Engineer Kannan, Honorary Secretary, Engineer Sivaraju, and Organizing Secretary, Engineer Ramadas, Secretary Director General, my dear fellow engineers, council members, past presidents, and the staff from the headquarters, once again, I welcome you all and good evening to all of you. Indeed, it's a pleasure to address at the end of any function. If it goes good, the address will be a pleasure. If it's a problem, then it is a hesitation. But I feel very happy after the centennial celebration of Tamil Nadu State Center and this 37th Indian Engineering Congress together, we meticulously planned and we have executed and supported to the maximum level what we could. In fact, our immediate past president, Engineer Thackeray sir, was requested us to host this Indian Engineering Congress. Along with the centennial celebration, we all discussed in the committee. First, we hesitated, considering the financial constraint in today's situation. We were limited actually. The committee was very strong to reject. But I have given the full confidence that it is my responsibility. I'll take up this Congress. And first it is rejected in the steering committee. Then immediately next day I called up an online meeting for all the members. And I have given an assurance that this Congress will be a successful one. Because after 33 years of contribution to this institution of engineers, I had to retire from the council. Before retiring, I had to prove what I can. So that was the thing, the secret of this Congress. And immediately we formed a committee to execute all the formalities. Main thing is the different committees. Second thing, the important thing is the finance. So we made a very good decision and different committees. And we could also get the support of the Anna University as a technical partner. And all the committees have supported and executed very well. I really thank all of them for the fullest support what you have expected. In fact, we were surplus of this expenditure, and initially we were worrying whether we are able to open up to that budget of 1.5 crores, but we are somehow, all the committees worked very well. The state committee and the national committee, we were able to get the required fund for this program. And apart from this, the Tamil Nadu State Center particularly wanted to celebrate the centennial celebration in a bigger way, and we have started 1 year back with the plan of chairman and secretary, Engineer Kannan and Siraj Prabhu, and they were doing very well, bringing many ministers in the different programs, in the conventions and all programs, and also the Limga books also being brought up. It was very good. Particularly I had to thank Mr. Srihari and Ramesh, and with the team of Ilango and many members, they were planning and doing it. And the technical committee which is being formed under the help of Organizing Secretary Ramadas along with the Anna Institute, They were working very well. Around 162 papers received and 92 papers being selected, and it is being presented. Because success of any engineering congress is first thing finance, second thing is the technical paper. So both the way, we were able to achieve what we aimed and what we could do for the council and the president. So with this, I take a real happy moment to welcome you all and thank all of you. Particularly around 12 past presidents have come from all over the way, all over the places. Really, I appreciate and thank the past president because they are the pillars of this organization. Their contributions are unimaginable. Even now, their suggestion, advice is taken by the headquarters as well as the president, whoever in the chair. Because this organization have a culture. It is not president of Gunaraja or Thackeray or anybody. It is a respect to the chair which we have to maintain. That will give a good leadership or a health condition to the organization. So the council, though this is supreme, the head table and the council is also one among us. Then only that organization can exist and sustain. A smooth, healthy argument discussion is welcome, but going out of the decorum will spoil the organization and the growth of organization. This all we have been seeing for past so many years. I have been in the council more than 24 years, and I know I have seen work with so many presidents. The culture how we maintain should exist. Then only the second century of the Institution of Engineers will also exist. So with this few words, I thank all of you and welcome you to this function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was really a wonderful speech from your side. As we all very well know, a leader is one who knows the way, shows the way, and goes the way. So with these few words, I would like to invite Dr. H.O. Thackeray, sir, who is our immediate past president of the Institution of Engineers, India, to give introduction about our present president, engineer Chinmay Devnath, sir, at this wonderful moment.
Dignitaries of the dais, on the dais, very good evening to you all. It's my honor and solemn duty to introduce Engineer Chinmay Devnath ji, a worthy successor of mine, as the President of Institution of Engineers India for the session 2022-23. Engineer Chinmay Devnath was elected President of this august body on the 717th Council meeting of the Institution of Engineers held on September 3, 2022 in Nagpur, that is my hometown. Engineer Devnath earned his bachelor degree in civil engineering from Tripura Engineering College in 1983. The Tripura Engineering College is now NIT Agartala. Before that, when I graduated or when I took admission in engineering in the year 1979, he was my classmate for hardly 2 or 3 weeks, and because he was at the time he had got admission in metallurgical engineering, but he wanted to pursue his career, his education in civil engineering. Therefore, he moved to NIT Agartala. Am I correct? Yeah. He began working for PWD Tripura in 1984 and retired in January 2021 as superintendent engineer. During his tenure, he was involved in the successful completion of a number of significant road, building, drinking water, and sanitation projects. Engineer Devnath ji is also a member of several organizations, including the Institution of Engineers India, the Indian Building Congress, and the Indian Engineers Federation, INDEF. He has been a member of the Institution of Engineers India since last 2 decades and has actively participated in IA technical events in India, Bangladesh, Nepal, as well as the organizations of joint program with other centers. He was elected as the chairman of the Tripura State Center for the session 2019-22 and has been an IA council member since then. During his time with the institution, he served as chairman of the Center Coordination Committee, member of the BOG Rural Development Forum, and member of Civil Engineering Division Board, member of the Service Rules and Headquarters Management Committee, among other things. Among his other accomplishments is the establishment of IBC state and local centers in each of the country's 16 states and union territories. In 2007-2008, he served the National Executive Committee and as National Vice President for the session 2019 to 20, 2022 and 22-23. He received the IBC Outstanding Contribution Award in the year 2009-2013, as well as the IBC Presidential Award in the year 2022. He was also Council Member of Indian Road Congress and also Council Member of the Institution of Public Health Engineers, IPHE. He is also a member of the Society of Engineers in Kolkata, the Indian Society of Earthquake Technology in Roorkee, the Indian Institute of Bridge Engineers in Mumbai, and was a member of American Society of Civil Engineers, India chapter. Engineer Chinmay ji is the first ever engineer from northeastern India as elected as the president of the IEI in its over 100 years of history, and he took over as the 94th president of IEI yesterday on December 18 at the institution's 103rd annual general meeting. I am confident that the institution led by Engineer Debnath and guided by the collective wisdom of the IEI Council will live up to the reputation and instill a sense of camaraderie in its fellow members, propelling this organization to new heights. Thank you once and all.
Thank you, sir, for the brief introduction. I would like to recall the words of Bharat Ratna Kalamji at this moment. If you want to shine like sun, then be ready to burn like sun, is his wonderful words. Here we do have our dynamic president, who is the present president, Engineer Chinmay Debnath, sir, of the Institution of Engineers. On behalf of you all, I invite him to deliver the valedictory address.
Good evening. Respected immediate past president of IEI, Dr. Hemant O. Thakre, respected past president, Engineer Nayan Singh ji, the chairman organizing committee of 37th IEC, as well past president, Dr. T.M. Gunaraja, the chairman IEI Tamil Nadu State Center, Engineer S. Kannan, the organizing secretary, the honorary secretary of IEI Tamil Nadu State Center, the past presidents of IEI, council members, corporate members, the delegates came from various parts of the country, SDG IEI and other staff of IEI, ladies and gentlemen. I am grateful to you all who have participated in this 37th Indian Engineering Congress held at Chennai during December 16 to 18, 2022. The IEI Tamil Nadu State Center has organized this engineering congress with this 5 years gap. In 2017 also they have organized, we had participated in that program. It is a great thing that a state center is organizing an engineering congress within this 5 years gap. On this occasion, eminent engineering personalities who are making significant contributions towards India's progress made their presentations and were honored. Several institutional prizes were awarded to eminent research scholars and engineering professionals during this Congress. Also, 8 memorial lectures were delivered in honor of the past doyens of the engineering profession by renowned engineers. We also had the opportunity of hearing visionary talk delivered by eminent visionaries on the future of the engineering and technology. I am also pleased to note that International Meet, IEI Alumni Meet, Women Engineers Meet has been successfully hosted along with other events. The other salient features of this Congress have been an exhibition which showcased a myriad of key and emerging technology from backhaul of entire engineering community encompassing all 15 engineering divisions with participation from IEI fora, providing unique opportunity for engineers and researchers to share their innovations and research in engineering and technology to industry and R&D establishment. The goal of this Congress is to promote ideas, broaden the operational horizons of engineers from various disciplines and pursue newer domains and concepts, as well as to provide engineers with a forum for exchanging information, updating knowledge, and stimulating a sense of responsibility in their professional work. The event is also intended to enhance worldwide and national cooperation in engineering domains, as well as to instill and promote among engineers a growing commitment to the profession's social objectives and to advocate engineering methods that lead to sustainable development. During the Congress, we attempted to provide a platform for encouraging the interconnection and integration of societal needs, as well as the advancement of engineering and technologies for the dissemination of contemporary knowledge and the exchange of ideas and thoughts. In order to lay the groundwork for achieving the optimum and ethical technological enrichment so that engineering truly addresses the needs of society in all dimensions. The institution, as the apex body of professional engineers, has always attempted to give relevant, modern, and well-curated technology and engineering inputs to our members through various means such as seminars, workshops, conferences, and so on. I want to emphasize that the Institution of Engineers India has consistently engaged with policymakers to provide valuable engineering inputs that have been at the heart of many of the country's significant development initiatives. In conclusion, I would once again express our profound gratitude to all of you for your kind presence in this engineering congress, and has been an enormous source of inspiration for the engineering fraternity of the country. I convey special thanks to the Institution of Engineers India Tamil Nadu State Center and the entire team of organizing team to conduct this 37th Indian Engineering Congress successfully with their untiring effort at Chennai. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Abhyanta Bandhu is the flagship magazine of the Institution of Engineers India, containing articles written in regional languages. Every year, the magazine Abhyanta Bandhu is being published by the Institution of Engineers through one of the state and local centers of the Institution of Engineers India under the aegis of National Languages Promotional Committee of the IEI. So this year, Jabalpur local center of IEI was given this responsibility to publish this magazine, and it has been published by them. Now we humbly request all the dignitaries on the dais to release the magazine Abhyanta Bandhu 2022. At this juncture, we humbly invite the chairman PC Dubey, Honorary Secretary Sanjay Mehta, and the Chief Editor of Abhyanta Bandhu, Surender Singh Pawar, to the dais with all the round of applause from the entire audience.
Sir, Abhyanta Bandhu was published by Jabalpur Local Center, but this assignment has been given by past President Naren Singh ji. So we are thankful to him. Even this NLPC started by him. So we all are thankful to him. In all regional languages, topics can be covered, and this could be published due to him only. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful efforts for this magazine. காலத்தினால் செய்த நன்றி சிறிதெனினும் ஞாலத்தின் மானப்பெரிது. As ஐயன் வள்ளுவர் says, with these note of words, we now call upon Mr. K.N. Shivaraju, sir, who is the Honorary Secretary of TNSC, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening to all of you, sir. On behalf of Tamil Nadu State Center, my sincere thanks to our newly elected President of IEI, immediate past President of IEI, and Council members, past Presidents of IEI, and SDG sir, and our Chairman S. Kannan sir, for successful completion of this 37th Indian Engineering Congress. My special thanks to organizing chairman and organizing secretary for cooperation in this 37th Indian Engineering Congress. I thank media persons and Royal New Median Hotel Management for their cooperation. I thank our headquarters staff of IEI and our TNSC staff for their contribution in this Congress and successful for this one. Once again, I thank all of you. Jai Hind.
Dakshin or Uttar, hum sab bhai bahan, with a feel that we all are Indians, let's rise up for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Sign, sign.